Excellent. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting of the Cumberland County Finance Committee today at 3:10 p.m. Welcome, everyone. We'll just do a quick round of introductions, except for departments, because you're going to get your own special introduction. But just everybody at the table, if you go ahead and introduce yourself of who we have in the room. We'll start with you, Manager.
Good afternoon, Jim Gailey, County Manager.
Tim Thompson, Town Councilor from Cape Elizabeth.
Dustin Ward from Select Board Member from New Gloucester.
Janice DeLima, councilperson from Falmouth, Maine.
Patricia Smith, County Commissioner.
Alex Kimball, Deputy County Manager.
Teresa Grover, Finance Director.
Excellent. Thank you all. And don't worry, departments, we're going to get you. You get your own special intro, so no worries. Second thing we'll do, we'll approve the minutes of November 19th, 2024. You all have those minutes. Any questions on those before I take a formal motion to accept them?
I
Yeah.
just wanted to comment that it's a little unusual because very, very great notes, but I didn't see too many responses to some of the questions that were raised, and is that how we normally take minutes in this?
I will say that I wrote down the questions, but I didn't hit the responses. A lot of times we just reflect back on we're videoing and
Got it.
the tape. So if anyone wanted the granular minutes, the DVD is always available.
Excellent, okay. Thank you for that, and I'll move to accept the minutes.
Excellent. So I have a motion and a second. Good. Any other discussion? All those in favor of accepting the minutes from November? All right, passes unanimously, 3-0. We're just missing one member, but we're hoping he's on his way. Manager, any public comment for us today?
We have not received any comments for this evening.
Excellent. All right. Next, a budget update, and it says if needed. So do we need a budget update? Is there anything more that we need to learn?
No, there's no update. I put that on there only just in case we had any contact by committee members on questions that we needed to report back on. We have not received any questions, so I think we can move on.
Excellent. All right. Before we jump in with this committee, we good? Everything? No questions? No? I just want to make sure before we dive into presentations. All right. Excellent.
Thank you.
Well, tonight is really special in the sense that we get all the departments here, so I really appreciate the departments taking time out to sort of present and speak to us a little bit more in depth. We're trying to be as efficient as possible, so we're just having everybody here tonight. Well, what I'll do, Manager, I'll hand it over to you each time. You can introduce each of these great individuals and then present, and then we'll ask questions. So, Manager, I'll hand it back to you.
All right, thank you. First up this evening, and going to set the stage for the rest of them, is District Attorney Jackie Sartoris, who has a few slides here, and we'll talk a little bit about the District Attorney's Office. So, Jackie, it's all yours.
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm really excited to get to present to you what our office does in general and also what we do budgetarily. I think that Teresa and Alex can correct me if I'm wrong, but my over 30,000-foot level view of our budget is that this is pretty much a status quo budget. There are no significant changes that are proposed. We certainly, could have made resource requests, but we recognize that this is not the year for that. And we don't really think we are exactly ready in a couple of areas that I'll identify today that we might be looking for in the long run to provide additional services. So I think most of you are aware that the District Attorney's Office is a county and state collaboration. And in that we have 26 staff that the county pays for. And those county staff include 12 trial assistants, 5 victim witness advocates, 2 diversion staff. I think a lot of people aren't aware that we actually have 2 full-time diversion staff in Cumberland County, and a lot of our cases are resolved with deferred dispositions, restorative justice, and other kinds of diversions. So those are vital staff for us. We have 2 front office staff. They provide really in-person services, folks who stop in, often people who want to make a payment of some kind, defendants who really don't maybe know what their next court date is or have a concern that they want to raise, provide evidence. We have, so they provide a lot of service to the public directly. And then restitution, I want to highlight, I put an asterisk there for that reason. Right now, we do not actually have a full-time or even really part-time restitution person. We're using overtime for that position most of the time. Other counties do have restitution staff, and this is a tough position because restitution is about getting money from people who have a judgment against them where they owe a victim back. And in order to facilitate getting that money, or sometimes pursuing their tax returns to get that money, which we've been doing to great effect over this last year, it really does mean that we need to have somebody who's able to do that work. So we've made some changes just this last couple of months. We made a decision that we would start taking credit card payments from folks with judgments against them. That has resulted in a very significant increase in those payments. And I just want to point out, Cumberland County is probably the only county that has the least resources that are going towards restitution. The trouble with restitution is it does not pay for itself, right? Getting those payments back for victims does not come with a service fee for your restitution clerk. So it's always been kind of a tough position in some ways to fund and fill, but it means that we are probably leaving literally hundreds of thousands of dollars of restitution out there that we're not really adequately pursuing. So we recognize, you think having a judgment against you would be enough. For a lot of people, it does require us to kind of look for resources. We've had some spectacular cases in the last couple of years where we've gone after resources with folks who are clearly hiding lots of money and just don't want to pay their victims back. And if not for really dogged prosecutors and our restitution person working in the capacity she's able to, that money would never have come to those victims. In some cases, the one case I'm thinking of, that was almost 10 years that restitution was owed before we were able to pry all, I think it was $20,000 in one fell swoop, which is amazing. So Business and Communications Coordinator, some of you know that we have a Tammy Getchell who's been with us for quite some time in this office and has had a lot of different roles. She covers everything from working on our software. We have our kind of own unique software, both here in Cumberland County. It's a hybrid of a statewide software. We're going to be moving softwares all together next year, which accounts for some of this budget change. So what you'll see in the small budget, relatively small budget changes these are required expenditures that we really don't have any control over. Everything, of course, from healthcare to expected increase in hourly wage, as well as this changeover in software. We need to move software because right now we're kind of in violation of some of the requirements for two-factor authentication for the sort of important work that we do, which should be highly confidential and never accessible to the public. So we are moving over as a state to a new software platform that will be, I think, in 18 months. They keep changing and it always gets a little further away somehow. DV investigator, our domestic violence investigator is paid for out of the sheriff's payroll. Oh, it's not. It's paid for out of my payroll, but an employee of the sheriff's. I always get confused about this. So, and we're about to do this again with our new sex assault grant, which some of you have heard about. We will be hiring another full-time investigator, fully paid for by federal funds. I guess I'll be paying for that out of my budget, but it will be an employee with the sheriff's office. Executive assistant, I have a fabulous executive assistant. None of you may steal her. Staff supervisor, that is Julie Weber, who's been with us, I'm pretty sure, for longer than many of us can remember, and does an amazing job supervising our staff. And we have one paralegal who covers our grand jury on the regular and does a lot of the other work on the side on things like warrants. I mean, a lot of work goes on with her position. And then we also have 6 interns/externs. Those are Maine law students. We actually don't pay them very much because they're taking class credit for the most part, but we do have a budget item in there to cover paying them over the holidays and over the summer. So we've had a kind of storied intern program for a lot of years, over 20 years. Many of our prosecutors that we have now in the office came up through that intern program, and we're kind of the farm team for some of the other district attorneys' offices. We have the most robust intern program in the state. We've been asked recently by Maine Law to consider expanding that. We're not sure that'll happen this year, it might be next year, but again, we're changing the program enough so that it will be pretty much cost-free to the county to do that. We'll require that everyone gets class credit, so we will not be paying anyone for the semester time. We will only be paying people for the winter holiday, spring holiday, and over that initial summer training. Okay, thank you. So we also then have 20 prosecutors. Those are paid for by the state, not by the county. I won't go into a lot of detail there, but they're really under the Attorney General's budget line. And so we have several color teams. Each of our prosecutors in the color teams, red, blue, and purple, they are assigned a specific municipality. And then we have 3 entire prosecutors who actually cover Portland and Falmouth. So that's pretty unique. Probably the single biggest other town we have in terms of caseload is Brunswick. Domestic violence is a separate unit with its own set of prosecutors, 2.5 prosecutors there. And then, of course, our juvenile division has 2 full-time prosecutors. We had to take one of their full-time prosecutors at the time of COVID and move that prosecutor over to the Unified Criminal Docket. So we lost a prosecutor in juvenile, and that is a real challenge for us right now. We have asked every year for an additional prosecutor from the legislature. No prosecutor has come out of that yet. I know the Maine Prosecutors Association has again asked for just 2 prosecutors for the entire state this year. Our juvenile prosecutor is one of them. So we'll see what happens. Not, hope springs eternal, I guess. And then we also, in that 20 number, have a prosecutor who's entirely paid for by the Attorney General's office. They are an assistant attorney general. One of my fabulous Purple Team prosecutors has just taken that position when it became vacant, so we're losing her. But what they do is felony drug cases in Cumberland County, and just a small suite of those, the Class A drug cases, so the highest level drug cases. And obviously the intent there is to make sure that we're able to go after drug trafficking across the county. So it's really critical to have just one person working on those cases. And we now have an agreement with that office that they will handle probably all of our Class A's. And we're gonna try to make sure we're really coordinating closely. And then our new person, and this will get us to 21, not in this year's budget entirely yet, but it'll be our sex assault prosecutor. So that'll be an entirely new assistant district attorney. Yes?
Can I ask you a quick question? Are your prosecutors based on caseload?
Yes, they are. And in fact, we're about to do a restructuring around caseload. So our prosecutors are based on both caseload, but also felony versus misdemeanor cases. So it's caseload and type of caseload. So I'll give you an example. We have some places where the biggest crime the most frequent crime we see is shoplifting at Walmart. Those are Class D misdemeanors. Those are, or E's in some cases. Those are all thefts. They're Class E's. They're all thefts until you get 3 thefts, and at that point you can charge them 3 theft convictions, and at that point you can charge them at a felony level. So those are some municipalities. Most of the biggest crimes that occur there are going to be misdemeanor crimes. And then you have other municipalities, and I would say Portland is the one where there's a disproportionate number of felony level crimes that occur. So we look at both of those things when we assign caseload. So each of those prosecutors, we really try to be aware of that caseload. I'm trying to do a review twice a year to make sure that we're not seeing a really big shift, so that any prosecutor has a really bigger caseload than any other. We have tried a kind of experiment where we had all of our OUIs being handled by just 2 prosecutors on the red team and blue team, and then purple team kept their OUIs as individual prosecutors. For a variety of reasons, we've just moved people around. We're again looking at how we do that OUI caseload. It's a pretty big caseload across the county, as it is for every county in Maine. I want to be clear, Portland and Cumberland County, no worse in OUIs than any other place in the state. Any other questions?
I'm just curious, that new position, the sexual assault granting, is that because the funding was available, or are we seeing a rise in that particular crime in Cumberland County?
Great question, and I'm going to pick option C, which is because I'm a lawyer, so it depends, right? Every state in the country has pursued one of these sex assault kit initiative grants, except for Maine. We were the only state in the country that has not done this. So the need was absolutely there. The funding has been there since 2015, It was something I did a deep dive and really read about back in 2018 and spoke with a few other prosecutors. I wasn't prosecuting then in Cumberland County, although I've been a longtime resident of Cumberland County. I was up in Augusta. And what I realized is that Maine, like every other state, has reflexively dismissed these crimes as serious, and that comes from a historic perspective. And so what's happened is that even though our understanding of the significance of these crimes has changed, it's taken a while for us to start to adopt best practices around them. So the best practice now is that when someone is the victim of a sex assault, and they are willing to have evidence collected, which is a 4 to 6 hour process by a nurse who's trained specifically in evidence collection. That results in a kit of DNA, potential DNA evidence. Those kits are only tested in most places, and Maine has been one of them, if it looks as if there is enough evidence without the kit to proceed to prosecute the case. That's backwards, right? You want to test that kit as part of doing your evidence, collection, as part of saying, okay, what do I have to prove this case? It's part of an investigation. And because of the way that evidence is collected and the quality of DNA that we're able to get right now, once you have those test results and you have probable cause to believe that assault has occurred, those results can be uploaded into the federal database of DNA, CODIS. What we're finding in the other places that have done this work is that in about 25 to 30% of the time, that DNA connects to some other felony level crime. Because, surprise, people who are willing to commit a sex assault have often committed some other crime. In about 10 to 15% of the cases, that person is linked to another sex assault. So testing this evidence is vital, not just to proving these cases, but preventing additional assaults. So we are finally the only county in the state of Maine that is going to be doing this work. We are obviously thrilled. It's taken me years of thinking about this issue, reading about this issue, and then working with our fabulous prosecutor, Tina Panitis, our assistant district attorney here, who also is, like me, a Brunswick resident. She has been very passionate about trying to get this work done here in Maine, and she really was the person who put most of the time and effort into that grant. And I also want to just call out the county staff, because we got amazing support from the county. The sheriff's office is also a partner in doing this work. As you've heard, they let us have an investigator through their office. We've got a partnership with the Maine State Lab. It's a really big initiative. You'll start to see that impact in our budget, not for what we spend, but what we don't have to spend, I guess, as a ride-along, right? We'll have a full-time prosecutor and a full-time investigator, and we're super excited about it.
Wow, that's
The nurse,
How many million did you get, Jake? What's the total?
It is $4,000 short of $2.5 million.
That's a good way to put it. Remember that.
Yeah, I mean, people kept saying, oh, it's not quite 2.5. It's like, it's $4,000, you know?
It's 2.5.
Yeah, it's almost
Round up.
$2.5 million. It's a 3-year grant. I do want to emphasize it's not coming in one fell swoop. And because, I mean, the good news part of like waiting this long to do it in Maine is that we are going to learn from all of the other places that have done this work before. They have a tremendous peer support team with the federal grants. And so we know we're going to do a great job with it. We're going to learn a lot. I think we probably will find some serial perpetrators out there. It certainly happened everywhere else. I don't think that Cumberland County is going to be so different, but we'll be reporting periodically. We've already had the press saying, are you going to be doing a 6-month report and a 1-year report? And we probably need to do that.
Bob, yeah.
the nurse is funded how?
So the nurses are already funded, right? I mean, they're already there, ready to do evidence collection. So there is no specific funding set aside for the safe nurses here. There is funding set aside to do all the testing. So that will be a third-party lab. Our lab here in Maine could not handle up to maybe 500 kits, which is about what we might find in Cumberland County, although we're not sure yet. But we had to do an estimate as part of the grant, so we contacted a couple of law enforcement agencies. They very graciously just invited us into their evidence holding areas, and we did some quick counts. There are 2 kinds of kits that are collected here in Maine. There are reported kits where someone says, I want to report a crime, and I've gone and done some evidence collection in this process. And then there are people who don't want to report, And those are called anonymous kits, and so they go and they submit themselves to the evidence collection, but then they say, I don't want to report this crime. We've done an informal survey this year of new sex assault victims, and the heartbreaking thing to me is that to a person, the anonymous kit takers have said, but I think they're going to test my evidence and let me know what there is. And that is not going to happen by law in Maine. So part of what we're going to be doing is a public outreach program to please tell people if they want that evidence to be tested, circle back to my office and we'll make sure that happens.
I guess where I was going with this, is there enough business, if you will, for Cumberland County, or is this something that should be shared statewide?
So there is enough business for Cumberland County. It is absolutely a grant which is tailored just for our county. We did talk about doing this collaboratively with another district, and then we would have applied for a different kind of grant. But they pretty much beat us down, the federal people, and said, no, you want to do this for one county first, figure out what you're going to learn about your state, and then encourage other people to apply for additional grants. So no, it's absolutely, I mean, I think we really put a fine-tooth comb to this budget. We were surprised, honestly. I don't tend to budget for people a lot in terms of like hiring a bunch of new people. So I was a little bit surprised once you put in the, benefits and other things that you have to add to a hiring package, the amount it costs to just hire one prosecutor, one investigator, pay for all of the testing, which is a lot of this grant, it was a lot. So we're definitely going to use all $2.496 million. And then, over those 3 years. And then I believe there are still opportunities to apply for additional grants at that time to do work going forward so that you're adopting best practices, training law enforcement on trial practice, and really honing in on the best way to prove these sex assault cases and win at trial. We do have a good track record on winning at trial. We won a number of sex assault cases this summer. We weren't sure we were going to win those cases. It's always tricky to know whether a jury's going to really believe what they hear from victims, and often that's what it comes down to. And we were really heartened by the fact that we won those cases.
Yeah.
We'll beat the dog just one more time.
It's okay, ask anything you want.
Is there flow-down training? In other words, this is high-level data collection. Is the guy in the patrol car, is there training going down that here so that he says this person should be tested now?
So it's a great question, and yes, we've already started to do training in-house. Knowing that these are crimes which have been historically not given all the resources they need, I actually created a sex assault team in our office just from existing staff. And we have a training this Friday, actually, with the SAFE nurses to do testimony training, because a lot of what we want is for them to they have to testify in these cases. And if you have never been in a courtroom, it is incredibly intimidating to get up on the witness stand the first time and not just get a direct exam, but then to get cross-examined by a defense attorney. So we have a big training this Friday. We actually have observers coming in from multiple states once they heard about this training, which is great. I mean, it's not costing us anything. We're going to be over here in the law court, which is the most impressively scary court in the state, I'm pretty sure, so it's a great setting. And we picked the law court because actually we ran out of space in the courtroom we originally reserved. There's that much interest. We are also working with law enforcement officers. We were already going to do that in-house and have a series of trainings for them, both on investigative techniques and also on testimony techniques. So we are committed to getting all of the best practices we can to law enforcement, and I will just tell you, they have been so supportive here in Cumberland County. I attend the monthly chiefs meeting. They've been very supportive of this work, and I know we've already heard from a few folks saying, great job on this grant, now what? They're ready to go.
Excellent.
I should get to the next slide if I can, sorry, because I know you're gonna have it, and then Steve, you can go ahead and ask a question, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Jackie, of the anonymous group, what success do you expect when you go after, see if they'll allow you to use the information?
It's never been tried in Maine, so I really don't know, and that will depend on the robustness of our public outreach. So here's the thing, the anonymous test takers, there's no list. I can't approach people and say, hey, do you want to go from anonymous to reported? So part of what I hope is that as this, and I really haven't been thinking, you haven't heard a lot from me, right? I mean, I'm not on the news very often. I don't really enjoy that, but it's part of the job. And what I realize is that just getting the word out about this grant and what we do next and next and next, that should help people to build some trust that they should reach out if they want to, that their case will be taken seriously. And so what I've been saying to the press since yesterday when this hit the press was, call my office. If you are someone who has taken one of these test kits, if you've been a sex assault victim and you've come forward, whether you're reported or anonymous, we're gonna ask, did you report your case or was it anonymous? And we're gonna make sure that you're on a list of people we contacted with updates about the program that we've embarked upon, but also how I can take my kit from anonymous to reported. And I will get back to you and let you know how many we get month to month, because I do think that as victims know that they're being believed and we are following up, we're gonna be able to build the trust that we need to get those anonymous kits to become reported kits at times.
I was just wondering if the feds had given you any kind of a number or something.
So Maine's statute is actually a little bit unique in that we have this anonymous never gets tested piece. So part of what, other states do something similar. Part of what I'm interested in looking at how we might change the statute going forward so that we test the anonymous kits no matter what, and then we can circle back and let someone know, you didn't want to report the crime, just so you know, there was a result in that kit, right? I mean, so sometimes victims will ask for a kit because they're not sure how much evidence there's gonna be, and they just wanna know, is there evidence to support that this thing that happened to me happened? And for some of them, that's enough. You know, they maybe don't want to go forward and report. We find that in cases of acquaintance rape, where people have a relationship with the perpetrator and they really are uncomfortable about going forward. We always encourage them to go forward anyway, because that can be sometimes a serial perpetrator. And so it's not just yourself that you're really protecting, it's the next person. I'm sorry, these are such fascinating, but it's actually nothing to do with my budget, so let me move on to, sorry, I could talk about this all day. Specialty docket. So I just want to bring to your attention that we are seeing a really significant increase in some of our most difficult cases and some of our cases that really don't have resources associated with them at all. The mental health docket is not a specialty court the way the treatment court is. And I was a treatment court prosecutor for 5 years, so I know that stuff in and out. I'm now the primary prosecutor in Cumberland County for the mental health docket. Why? I don't have prosecutors to cover these specialty dockets. This is not a you problem. This is a me and the state problem, because who pays for the prosecutors? Not the county. The challenge, though, is that we are seeing right now such a vast increase in people on the mental health docket. We have 78 people right now on the mental health docket. That's a lot of people, and they're people with the most significant mental health challenges in Cumberland County. Very often have committed a felony-level crime, and very often not competent to stand trial. They're challenging our resources in ways that are not about prosecution. They're not about, you know, charging them and getting a conviction. I will say that the county has really stepped up in the public health realm and is doing a lot of collaborative work with my office on that. And I'm really excited about some of the opportunities there, because ideally, I don't see these people again in court, right? I can't really help them there. I may be able to leverage some of my power to, you know, charge them with stuff to get them to do stuff they wouldn't otherwise do. Substance use treatment, mental health evaluation, we do that all the time. But what we really need is much more of an ability to hand people off into a system where they can be helped, they can take their medication, they can look for housing and get that sort of navigation along the way. And the county's really doing a lot of that work through these, I think the federal grant that you guys received, which has helped our health people, public health people to do a lot of that preventative work. It's gonna help me a lot, I hope, to take people out of the mental health docket once and for all. Yellow flag is another area of law which nobody budgeted for, and which is now costing us 1 full day a week. So, and I just want to, again, bring that to your attention. In the days after the horrific Lewiston tragedy, when Robert Card was identified as somebody who might have been yellow flag appropriate, that's the yellow flag law, we call it WRO, weapons restriction orders. That is a civil case. Those are civil proceedings, not criminal proceedings. In most other states where there are red flag laws, and we're the only state in the country that has a flag law that isn't red, just to be clear, there's no prosecutor involved. You file a petition like a protection from abuse, and it family files for the petition, it goes civil. There's no right to a hearing, blah, 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 with a prosecutor and a defense attorney. It goes before a judge. It's between the family and that person. We've adopted an incredibly complicated system here in Maine where there is a full-blown mental health evaluation and a prosecutor needs to verify the paperwork and a prosecutor has to be present for the hearing. I've now got, for any one of my prosecutors every week, 20% of their time is going to these cases. And we are seeing those numbers do nothing. I should have brought the numbers for you. They were a trickle right after Lewiston, and they've gone up to, we're entering a new WRO routinely, like almost every day. It is an enormous, and in a year, the yellow flag expires, right? And in the cases where there's red flag, right now you have to have like a mental health problem, which is certified through an interview. Red flag, you can also just be incredibly dangerous and not with a mental health problem. So the lovely mother and her adult daughter who were killed in Bath several weeks ago in a domestic violence incident, he wouldn't have qualified for yellow flag. He would have qualified for red flag. So I'm not gonna continue to lobby you for red flag, but I'd really like it to move here, because it's just not responsive to public safety. The last thing I want to point out is our numbers, if you wouldn't mind moving to the last, I think it's the last slide. So we do handle all the criminal cases in District 2. Cumberland County is one of only 2 counties which has just 1 county in the district, right? So even though there are 16 counties, when it calls sing the song, there are only 8 prosecutorial districts. That's because of population, they combine a lot of our districts. I'm incredibly lucky. I report to 1 set of county commissioners. I work with 1 set of incredible professionals. That is also true in York. We're it. I think maybe a Aroostook, because they're just so doggone big. But what we've seen since the pandemic is an enormous increase in our caseload. Why? Because once the pandemic hit and the court closed, we were not able to resolve cases or even move forward on cases. So we went from 944 pending felony cases in 2019 to 1,406 this month. 2708 misdemeanors, 2516 this month. I have the same number of prosecutors, and I think we have an additional VWA, but basically I have the same number of staff. And we have, at one time or another, been handling 150% of our caseload. We're now at about 134 or 35% of our previous caseload. And part of what I did in order to try to whack at the caseload, since it wasn't moving, was I said temporarily, the first time you are pulled over for operating without a license or operating after suspension occurs, please don't send me that charge, Mr. Police Officer. Because all we do with those is we tell people, go get your license back, and then we'll dismiss. And I don't have the staff any longer for my prosecutors to be that kind of court. That created a real brouhaha. It was picked up by one of the really conservative press outfits, and they put that out there as district attorney is not gonna charge illegals. Like, had nothing to do with people's legal status. The issue is my caseload. I can't continue to ask my prosecutors to manage this caseload. So even though I whacked away at them that way, we did see a drop in percentage of caseload. But of course, it's made law enforcement pretty unhappy. And I have said it's temporary, but it persists right now, and I'm not sure when we're gonna be able to change it back. We're hoping that if we manage the court docket a little bit differently and get more trials, it's the prospect of trial that makes defendants often finally deal with taking an offer. So, and that's just, during the pandemic, we didn't have trials. So the backlog continues, and it's becoming tough for us. We've had prosecutors jump off to become defense attorneys because now defense attorneys can cap their caseload and be much better paid under the new state system. So I will not continue to complain to you about something that is outside of your control, that being prosecutors, but it is down 2 prosecutors now. We've had very few applications. And then once we move ADA Penitus over to the sex assault workload, we will be down another half-time prosecutor. So I'm worried. So budgetarily, the only thing I'm looking at really is in the near term, I would really like to do something about restitution because I know that we are not providing that service to our victims in the way that we need to ideally. And I did a quick survey of the way that the other districts are handling that, and we are really the least resourced on that. There are for a whole variety of reasons. It's not that nobody cares about it, it's really that we've tried to handle it in ways that probably weren't wise, and that was a us choice, not a you guys choice. At some point, we'll be back over looking at restitution. Anybody have any questions? Yes?
Go back to the yellow flag for just a second. As a town councilor, I look at my newly elected state representatives and my re-elected state senator, and I want to get them in a room and browbeat them a little bit and say, this is what I want you to do in Augusta. So I was thinking that, Cumberland County is a pretty good-sized county, and it's pretty well represented in Augusta. And it would seem to me that, while you've got your hands full, I know, but it would seem to me that it makes sense to get the local councils to pressure our local representatives and senators to push for that red flag law. I think there's compelling evidence, but I think that there are better ways to get where we want to go, and part of that is to engage the local councils and select boards and pressure our state representatives. We don't have enough horsepower, I think, at the county commissioners, but if county commissioners and the local elected officials, I think you might see a better result.
I think that's a great idea. I have thought about going and doing a kind of 5-minute DA dog and pony show at each of the prosecutor and trial assistant show at each of the town councils. Having been a long-term town councilor myself, I understand the need for both brevity and to make it at least kind of funny and interesting. But I have been thinking about doing that, and I should ask what subjects I should cover if I go ahead and start that in January, but that'll be too late for the legislative session. There is a red flag petition that's being signed right now, and I expect that to be in Augusta. My challenge with that, I'll be honest, is they decided to only tweak the law enough to include people who are not got a mental health challenge, but are just like saying they want to kill somebody and have the guns to do it, right? Like the domestic violence guy who killed his family. It still includes prosecutors in the mix. And I just think that adds time. I understand that that was in deference to the Sportsmen's Alliance of Maine, who wanted kind of a due process element to that. I challenge that as being appropriate, because I think you're literally looking at people's lives being at stake. You're talking about a very short-term loss of those firearms if there's no probable cause, it's not even rising to a level of probable cause. If there's no, compelling evidence that says, okay, this person really has been making really threatening statements or whatever. I can't tell you how many times we end up with cases in my office where we know somebody has firearms, they have made any number of threatening statements, and we wish we could just reach in there and say, okay, right now we're going to put a freeze on this situation, and then we're going to sort things out with all the due process, with all the, the niceties that we may need. I would look at that red flag proposal that comes into the legislature and really think about, do we have to have all of this hearing stuff up front? Why aren't we looking at the PFA statute? Why aren't we emulating that? It works in those settings.
I don't want to wait for somebody to go, I want the gun, I want your weapons.
And they get returned, right? If the basis for that claim, there's been all this, people frivolously do that. That is so infrequent, right? Almost never. People aren't going to go through a court proceeding in order to just harass people randomly. They just don't do it. They do it because they're scared, because something's been said, something's been done. We've had so many cases where folks have gone out of their way to just terrify their neighbor, their family, whatever, and it just seems wrong to me that we've decided that the benefit of the doubt goes to the person who's threatened harm. But that's where it stands right now.
You said that at the onset of sort of the presentation was that there are some long-term things that you're putting off. This is sort of a status quo. What's some of the long-term things that you were thinking of, or what is on the horizon, I guess?
So I would say restitution is probably the single biggest.
That's the biggest one.
budget item I can think of, right? I mean, we are doing a number of things that I don't think have budgetary implications, but could, and some of them could actually be quite beneficial. We have a restorative justice redo. There is a new nonprofit called the Cumberland County Friends of Restorative Justice, which is starting up January 1st. I am not tied to this nonprofit, but our existing restorative justice contractor is involved with that. We were having a tough time having restorative justice done in the context of prosecution in a way that meets all of our ethics rules, which are persnickety and obviously need to be where they are. So this nonprofit will allow us to send restorative justice cases there for a fee. If you can pay the fee, you'll pay the fee. If you've got a court-appointed attorney, you're not gonna pay the fee. So the goal is to have the fee be able to cover the cost no matter what, right, for the totality. So we may be back, that may be a budget item where we're saying, hey, you know, this is turning out to pay for itself a little bit more. Or we want to expand some of what we do with restorative justice because this is able to pay for it. So that's kind of a long-term place that I'm not sure has a budget implication yet.
Right.
We'll see. The other thing I would say, we've talked about the sex assault, mental health docket, yellow flag, we covered. And then the only other thing I want to tell you is the county covered for us some small costs associated with setting up our new victim witness room, the Lois Galgay Reckitt room, which opened earlier this year. And honestly, the county folks just did tremendous work helping us out, painting, you know, putting up wallboard, making sure it was quiet in there. It has been in constant use ever since it was put together. And if you want a chance to see the room, it's a lovely little room. It's very small, but previously victims had to sit out in the hallway, and that meant that at times defendants' families, some of their supporters could make them feel intimidated. And I recognize that that is not a best practice in newer courthouses, and we were lucky that the county was able to work with us to identify just a little tiny space and make it kind of a comfortable living room-like setting, so victims have a place to sit, wait to testify at trial, and then wait for the results of the jury verdict. So we're excited about that.
Yeah.
Jackie, can I ask you to talk about something that isn't in your budget, but we're not doing the IT budget as a separate one?
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up, yeah.
And it has an impact on his, and it just occurred to me that you could probably do as good a job as anyone talking through that particular piece, and it's in the IT budget.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell you I'll do as good a job as anyone, but I will try. So we do have we've encountered a challenge like everybody with the data. We use right now a system called ShareFile. All of our evidence, our electronic data, everything is uploaded to ShareFile. We had a contract with ShareFile which went from a this pays for everything agreement to now it's kind of more of a fee for service. And of course, I'm not sure that you're aware, but I will tell you that body cameras are being worn by increasing numbers of law enforcement. Many law enforcement agencies are adopting them out of the small rural grant fund that the feds have provided for many years now. I'm really surprised. I believe Scarborough just failed to get one of those grants because they now decided that Scarborough is too big to qualify for the small rural community. Interesting. Those body cams result in vast quantities of data use. And frankly, it's another reason why I'm kind of going nuts for my prosecutors, because ideally, you watch everything before you charge a case. We cannot do it. We're talking about, you know, maybe 6 hours of body camera to watch for an OUI. We don't have time for that. Because it's multiple people and the OUI breathalyzer room and the Sally port and the dash cam, right? I mean, it's a ton of video. Anyway, we've decided to move this year from ShareFile, because they've really started to up their costs, to a totally different system whose name I'm not even going to remember right now.
Axon Justice.
Thank you.
Got the
Axon
IT budget
Justice.
up.
So the
We have
so-
that in Cumberland.
Yeah, and Axon is used by a number of police agencies. That includes the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office. What Axon does, and frankly what kind of sold us on us, they give us a presentation of what we can do for you. What they actually can do is run a simultaneous video so you get like 3, 4, 5 videos at the same time that are running from all the angles. So instead of watching each video separately, you've now got kind of this incredible view of what happened from the perspective of all the videos that are happening in that same moment, right? So, you know, maybe my video starts 10 minutes before your video. It's only gonna run them in sync from the moment that they're all in sync. And it allows the prosecutor to then sit there and look at the thing once and say, oh, okay, I see what's happening here. Does it support the officer's report? Does it support charges? Which charges does it support? It would help us out tremendously. I did ask the state person over at MEDATS, the main data, I have no idea what MEDATS stands for, I now realize. They currently run all of our software for us. And I asked them, hey, does this make sense for us? And they said, well, maybe we could do it in-house. Here's what that would look like. And it immediately became really clear, it makes no sense to try to do it in-house. We're gonna have to go with a third-party vendor. That third-party vendor, Axon, also has a somewhat more controversial piece, which is an AI-generated transcript of what happens. Now, I will just tell you, we can't use AI-generated transcripts to charge cases. We could use an AI-generated transcript to hone in on, okay, what is happening here right now that we need to go back and take another look at? And AI, of course, is very imperfect, so you end up with like crazy words that are being used that just don't make sense, right? So long as police officers are using that AI, not to generate their reports, but almost as a transcript of what might have been said so they can hone in, we think that this can be a real time saver for law enforcement officers as well as prosecutors, with all those caveats about being careful whenever we use AI.
Is the Axon, excuse me, is the Axon Justice overseeing the server and they are holding the video, or is it a server that is based in the county?
They are holding it. So it is, yeah, that's sort of a subscription base. They're holding it on theirs, and it's that storage that's the key of it. For us to attempt to hold that kind of 88 terabytes, I think is the current number right now, and going up by the day, that triples the data storage for the rest of the county combined. So that's the problem we're running into, where all of the data for the entire county is, I think, around, I'm getting this wrong, but like say 30 terabytes.
18.
18, there we go. 88 just for the body cams, and that's the issue we're running into. It also has some tools, such as better redaction tools. So this will be a benefit to, I wanted to mention this one because yes, it impacts the district attorney. It's in our IT budget because he's the one who will understand the nuts and bolts of it best.
Right.
But it's also going to be very useful for police departments throughout the county, because that footage all goes into that same. So just,
I think
that'd
it's
be a good time to mention it, because it is a big budget there.
I think it's $46,000, is that right?
Mhm.
Yeah, so, I mean, it is a big budget hit. We were thrilled to know it was gonna be in his budget, not our budget, but, you know, it's clear that it's really related to the work that we do. I wish I could say that I see some way that this isn't just gonna continue to increase, but we do think that this is just gonna continue to increase. And the other thing I would point out is a couple of other places that are gonna continue to increase. Interpreter services, really, you know, growing. That is a consistent issue for us. We are looking in my office at how we interact with members of the community for whom English is not their first language or even really a language that they work with at all. And that would include things like reporting of hate crimes, but you know, we see both in the interpreter services that impact, and then also our ability to just get members of the community to report to us when they have a challenge is also, you know, something we're looking at. That's another longer term issue that you've asked about, and I just want to, you know, point out that we are aware that I am considered to be a progressive prosecutor. That to me means we make progress in prosecuting stuff we should have been prosecuting a long time ago. And hate crimes is one of those areas where we know people do not reach out to us almost ever when they experience something other than real violence. And we want to make sure that that reporting ability starts to be there again, so we can build trust with those communities. Crime happens to everybody. We want to make sure that everybody feels that they can come into this system, feel welcome, be understood, and know that that crime is going to be taken seriously. So that may be something we're looking at as well. I've been looking at some apps that are out there that allow you to do a drop-down menu in your language and then do a report. Just sort of a, you know, this thing happened to me in this town at this time, and here's I took a picture of this person, or whatever it is. And that way we're encouraging people to report and develop a relationship with law enforcement, and we're also then able to make sure that we're really making people feel safe. So that's another possible long-term that we're looking at. I expect to bring an intern for that from the Muskie School next year.
Yeah, question?
On the Axon contract, I wonder if there's a collective, a group rate, because I think some of our towns are also using that same service. So is there a better negotiating sort of angle that we could take with some of the contracts?
We did
I
do that
guess-
as a statewide level, just so you
Oh,
know.
we did?
My understanding is that all the towns are gonna be invited to download their data to this system. And that's why we are
Through the state?
kind of beefing it up to 88 terabytes, is because the towns, police departments, they're all downloading it to the DA's office on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, so we're already sort of hooked into the
Yeah.
storage.
We are looking at a statewide contract. I'm on, as district attorney for Cumberland County, I'm on the Maine Prosecutors Association. That's all of the DAs that meet together with the AG's office and some staff. And we did agree that we would look at a statewide budget to see if there was any utility in doing that. The challenge is that not a lot of law enforcement agencies north of like Augusta are using Axon. So the cost savings for them is just not there yet. So we're gonna work with what we have right now in Cumberland County. I think there's one other county that's also considering it. I will also say I was a little shocked that the per user fee did not really demonstrably go down. So I do think this is probably the best product we have for the moment. I do wanna keep us just mindful of the fact that data usage is gonna continue to go up. Not sure how to cure that problem. Seems like the way of the future.
I don't think the point is to cure, I think it's to prepare. And I think that's what you're hearing.
Well put.
As you have AI generative work, as you have videos coming in at higher quality, you will need larger data centers. I think the thing that the state needs to start thinking about is a data center. How do we house that? Because right now, it's housed in other places. If you put that within the state, that would be really your answer. Because you're gonna need, it's just about to happen.
I agree, and I had a conversation with the governor actually 2 years ago, where she was pointing out that with all of the abandoned mills we have in Maine, and the fact that it's a cold weather state,
How about that?
sort of, maybe that was something that we should look at. So I'm waiting to see a data center pop up from that conversation.
Powered
Something
by
that she was-
solar cells.
Yes, yeah. Alex, yeah.
I'm running into somebody else's time, and I apologize,
No worries, thank you.
I'll finish it off. When it comes to Axon, you'll actually possibly see Axon mentioned again later on in this meeting under the sheriff's office. They've got their fingers into all things body cameras. So there's many different types of Axon products. There's this, which is specifically for the end video. You'll also see an item coming up in the sheriff's office from an expiring grant, which is the subscription that basically runs the body cams.
Yeah.
What's occurred with body cams nowadays is it's less about the actual machinery and it's more about, just as you were saying, the back-end software, the back-end storage of all that. That is where the costs lie now. But they've got a bunch of different products and they're all quite good. So they're getting our business and you'll see that being mentioned.
Okay.
Just to be clear, like it is different products.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Can I just make one more point? I just want to echo Bob's invitation. Please come to our town council meetings. We'd love to sort of hear from you in terms of some of your challenges.
I would love to. I think it's always really helpful to have our town councilors and our select people well aware of what's happening at every level. I think often, I know when I was adopting those budgets as a town councilor, I'd look at that county item and say, what do we get from that anyway?
Yes.
And the fact is, you get a tremendous amount of your law enforcement, and without prosecuting, there is no point in having law enforcement in a lot of settings, because we know people need those quick consequences, they need to know there are real consequences, and they also need those opportunities to be given to change behavior at times. About 40% of people who come in with a criminal case, we never see them again. So it has that immediate effect of saying, okay, you got that summons, you paid your fine or whatever. That's the last time we're gonna hear from them, and that's what we want.
Gotcha.
So more than happy to. I will follow up. Thank you.
Please, yes.
Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Manager, who do we have up next?
Next up is Melinda Fairbrother Dyer from the Regional Communications Center.
Excellent.
Wyndham.
Well, hey, Melinda.
Hi.
Nice job.
I believe I'm correct when I'm about to say this, page 104 is your budget. I think I'm right on that. We just had Bob step out, so hang on just a second.
So just to play up what Jackie was just talking about with Axon, it's not in my budget, it's not in my presentation at all, but in dispatch we'll leverage it as well. When a deputy, for instance, has their cameras on,
Yep.
we can see that their camera's on. And that plays
Oh.
into, it gives us cues for safety and whatnot, because there are certain things that trigger their camera to come on.
Yeah.
Seemingly, if the camera's off, they're doing something safe.
Okay.
So we can actually see if they're at a location and have activated their camera.
Did not realize
Gives
that.
us a cue.
Okay. I'm sure Bob, I have like 8 more questions on that, but that is not the only thing that you have. I'm sure Bob will return in a moment, but welcome. Thank you for, again, taking time out. It's always a pleasure to have you, because I remember the first time that I sat on this committee, your presentation back then was an eye-opener about the amount of work you were doing, given that it was a pandemic era, and the number of calls and how dispatch was just overloaded with so much. So to see sort of the change and to sort of hear you come back again, I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
So,
thank you for the invite back. I appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit more. I tried to change it so you weren't hearing the same information. That was a
That's-
slighly different approach back then because it was very focused on our staff and
Yeah.
and getting them cared for.
Yep.
So my name is Melinda Fairbrother Dyer. I'm the director at the 911 Center here in Cumberland County. We also have, the other administrative position is a deputy director. Her name is Erin Pelletier. She's at a training today. The structure in our center is myself, the director, deputy director, then we have 7 shift supervisors. Their role is to directly manage the staff and the work that's done on shift. And then we have 28 full-time dispatchers that work for us. We no longer participate in a part-time roster. The profession is too complex to keep up with in a part-time capacity. That's the basis for that decision. We have an oversight group of folks that we call our board of directors. It's comprised of a voting member from each community that we partner with in Cumberland County. So we provide dispatching services to 19 of Cumberland County's communities. 1 representative of our county EMA, 1 from the sheriff's office, and 1 at-large from each commissioner district. The chair of that group is currently Wyndham's Police Chief Kevin Schofield, and the vice chair is Casco Fire Chief Brian Colt. Just for some perspective on 911 call volume versus call volume in general, difference being the numbers on the left are just that. They're 911 calls that come into our center on an annual basis. The calls on the right-hand side are all calls that come in. So that comprises of 911 calls, what we would consider to be an officer-initiated call. So that's the police officers pulling people over and whatnot, that triggers a call for service, as well as our gnarly emergency lines. So most towns after hours, if anybody needs anything after hours, we are kind of the point of contact for anything, whether it's law enforcement, fire service, animal control, even some town manager type questions, after hours, any type of emergency. Good questions.
I have an 829 exchange, and the police chief gave me a number to call, because I said, I don't necessarily want 911.
Sure.
He said, "Oh, so use this number." Am I assuming so that after hours, it goes to you?
It sure does. Yep. And it, I'm not sure, it may go to us during hours too, depending on which number he gave you. We have several 7-digit numbers that feed into us. Some communities have it go to a front desk, somebody, either at a fire department or a police department. And then after hours, those phones get transferred to us.
How many communities have their own dispatch? Is it, you said,
In Cumberland County?
yes, in
So
Cumberland.
in Cumberland County, we are the dispatch for 19 communities.
19, so out of,
Brunswick has their own,
yeah, I think Falmouth. has a-
Westbrook has their own, Falmouth, Yarmouth are together.
Okay.
Portland, South Portland, Caper are one,
Scarborough.
Scarlet.
Okay,
28 communities, we take care
28
of
total?
19.
okay. The choice to do independent versus the county is each town made their own decision through their own process to consolidate with the county?
Sure, I think some have investigated the possibility of, and some have joined in smaller pockets. For instance, Falmouth and Yarmouth are together.
Okay.
And then some have opted to join with us, and others, like Scarborough, are on their own.
Thank you.
Do you have further capacity?
We do.
In comparison, I believe the town of Cumberland joined in 2006. They don't remember joining.
As far as capacity goes, it is a bit of a loaded scenario because there are a lot of factors that play into it, but physical footprint capacity, with some adjustments to a few things that we'll discuss at the end as far as our radios and what the future might hold for radios, we have the capacity easily to do the count. Here's just a perspective of 911 call volume that comes into the state of Maine on a yearly basis. And you'll see we're near the top, we're not at the top. We average 101 calls per day last year. Just a snippet of the revenue dynamic as far as, so we are a revenue building department. You'll notice a slight difference in the fees that are assessed to each community. The ones that on the far left, the 2023, 2024 rate per capita. For example, the town of Baldwin is $827 per person. That's because for the town of Baldwin, we provide them, so we're their PSAPs, we answer their 911 calls, we process their 911 calls, and we put their calls out to their fire EMS. Their law enforcement is the sheriff's office. The difference between them and, we'll say, Bridgeton is we actually are the direct dispatch center for all of their services. So we dispatch for their police department 24/7, fire, EMS, animal control, all those things.
So your breakdown is per call. That's what, when I look at like 827 to 852 to 878, that's call per person?
It's actually
Call
per
that.
population per town. They ultimately decided that town populations were the best indicator out there. That at the end of the day, that was the truest number they could come up with.
And
Well, I'd like to dispute that just a little bit.
we
You don't want to
recently,
go with valuation though, Bob.
Yeah, so.
Right.
That's why I was asking, because it's not based on valuation, which would really skew things, but, yeah, population, okay.
I'm looking at North Yarmouth at 35,000 and the town of Cumberland at 220,000, and our population isn't that different.
Correct, but North Yarmouth is a sheriff's control. They don't have their own police department, so we're not dispatching for that. That's passing through the county. The county itself is essentially paying for that.
So there's a full service and there's a,
Bingo.
yes.
you're getting the deluxe.
I'm feeling the same.
Law enforcement in Cumberland is significantly more active than it is in the rural communities like Casco, for instance. They get a deputy who passes through when they pass through. So in those other communities that are covered by the sheriff's office, a lot of that is, we go there when they call. There's not as much of the control that you would see in Cumberland, where you have officers that are actually on duty 24/7.
Now you know. It's-
I'm still not feeling good about
The
it.
scales have been dropped from your eyes.
And then USMPD, I stuck that at the bottom. We recently partnered with them. We dispatch for USM Gorham and Portland campuses in exchange for some tuition reimbursement. I guess maybe piggybacking off Jackie, my budget isn't of great interest. The slight increases, I don't have a lot of control over. Their natural cause. I don't have a lot that we've asked for in this budget, but in a few slides, we'd like to highlight some of the work that just came to fruition over the past few years. We had some pretty significant projects that came to life.
Before we go there, can I just ask, recruiting and keeping the department at the level it needs to be, how's that going for you?
I think it's going well.
So you're not having issues with staffing?
No, we're, so we still see some turnover. Some of it's our choice, some of it is that maybe the person's not a good fit for the industry. The turnover that we were seeing before and the reasons that we were seeing before have dissolved. Now they're, in my mind, good reasons. We just had a gal that is moving back home. She relocated here 2 years ago. Didn't plan on starting a family yet, but she's starting a family, so she's moving back to where her support system is. So we couldn't have predicted that, and she was doing a fine job for us, so I suspect she'll do a good job where she's going.
Thank you.
So we had 3 major projects that we've been working on in my 3 years in this role, and I'm incredibly pleased to report that as of last month, they're all done.
All done in the same year.
We renovated the 911 center. ARPA was quite a blessing for that. The center was slated for renovation regardless, but I think that made it a nicer, more fitting product, especially for future things like the pandemic. Even if it's not a pandemic, we use some of the upgrades that we did due to the pandemic, we use on a daily basis. We took some significant precautions to make sure that a sick employee or a mildly sick employee that still wants to work isn't necessarily putting other employees at risk with some of the renovation that we did. I didn't realize it at the time, but now that it's done, I'm learning that the $1 million in portables and mobiles that the manager worked so hard to get for us was probably a once-in-a-lifetime project. Nobody else has done it, and it was key, absolute key, to us being able to transition our radios into a platform that has a bright future. And then our radio infrastructure was well beyond its end of life, and that just got turned on a month and a half ago.
So here's a question. Are all 19 communities that you service up to date with their radios so that they can speak to the radio infrastructure that you have?
So part of the agreement so we worked hard as a group, the board of directors, to determine what platform we would like to trend towards, and it's a P25 platform.
Yep.
So part of the agreement to accept the $1 million or a portion of the $1 million to upgrade portables and mobiles within the communities was that you would, we're not forcing you to do anything to your infrastructure, but any upgrades that you do would be moving in that direction. So some will never, ever be able to go digital and may have to stay analog forever, just due to the constraints in their community. But those that do have the funding and the backing, it's to head in that direction.
But either or could still be compatible and will not limit them?
Correct. So the
Okay.
infrastructure that we went to is capable of 3 different platforms. So
Okay.
we did not limit or pigeonhole anybody into an option. So we're capable of talking to everybody.
Okay.
Whatever platform.
Oh, okay.
Belinda, don't you think that the analog is going to be phased out by the industry?
I do. I very much do.
Where's your answer?
And we needed to be ready for
Let me put it to you this way.
So,
The industry can make that force, but a lot of communities are not willing to force themselves to do it. So if the industry does it, that's different than
Oh, I hear
us,
you.
you know what I'm saying, like going in and saying it
That's
needs
the
to happen.
future, though.
That is, it is, and that's what I wanted to make sure is that communities who are not willing to take that step still have the ability to communicate. But you are right, it's going to happen either way.
so this was the county's infrastructure.
Right.
Each community has their own.
Has their
that
own
feeds
thing,
into us.
yep.
So we're able to communicate with all of them still.
Yeah.
But when they get on our P25 frequency and they talk,
Mhm.
they want to be on a P25.
Yeah, yeah.
Just as a tack on, the second one you see on there, that was a Department of Justice grant, for justice, and the third on there was also our ARPA money, so that was all federal dollars of some sort.
So the top left picture is our, actually, sorry, both of these pictures are what our old center looked like. It's the same location, just everything from the floors to the ceiling was redone.
Are you able to offer remote, remote work?
So all of the technology exists, but legislatively, no. We cannot answer 911 from anywhere except for that room.
Legislatively.
But it is IP-based, so technically, yes.
Interesting.
And it was discussed, we discussed it at great length during the pandemic because there were many states that had to do that. I don't know that we are beyond writing that in somewhere as a, something that's accessible in an emergency like that, but on the day-to-day, no.
And that's state legislature,
Yes.
legislature, right? Not federal.
The state, correct.
State, okay.
Yes. The PUC.
This is the new room.
Yes, this is the new center. The pictures don't do it justice. I tried hard to find some that would do it justice, but they just don't. So you're encouraged at any time you want to reach out to me via email, comfort, or,
Is this the new room? So,
no. Well, it's the bottom one's just a console. Very nice, high-end, expensive console. I'm sorry, Jim, you're correct. That is the addition.
you're taking it from the sliding door?
Yep.
Yeah.
So for anybody that has been in the center before, the back wall was a false wall intended to come down if we ever needed to extend past it. So we put windows in and we have extended past it, and that's the build out is what we've called it. They recently renamed it to the dugout.
Could be worse.
I'm looking at your picture there, and my son-in-law works for the Poland Fire Department, and we had E911 some years ago, and it really never did what it was supposed to do, and they use their phones to get to a fire, because they can get it quicker, So looking at the screens, if somebody calls on a landline, does the street address pop up on your screen?
On 911?
Yes, on a 911 call.
Yes.
And if it's a cell phone, do you get coordinates from that cell phone's location also on your screen?
We are fortunate in Cumberland County to have some very skilled 911 operators, so I can actually see what corner of the room you're in.
On a cell phone call?
Even in those dead spots?
So we're leveraging some new technology. So a 911 call is processed via the towers. But anybody that uses a smartphone, they've allowed the pizza delivery guy, the trash pickup, whoever to see your location. So we're in turn getting that actually for free from a vendor and able to use your data as well as where you're plotting on the tower to see where you're at. So we're seeing a lot more than we were ever seeing before in 911. We're capable of seeing more than what we're seeing right now. We just haven't turned it on yet statewide, but we're capable of actually seeing video.
Oh, wow.
We're just choosing not to because
Privacy.
if you wanted to see what was going on, you'd be on patrol or a paramedic or something. We don't typically join 911 because we want to see it. So that still isn't happening yet, but I'm sure it's around the corner. So the $1 million in portables, I already covered this mostly, but it came from ARPA and competitive federal funds. And the communities that accepted these funds, and they were very willing to accept the funds and to upgrade their radios, have committed to follow us in the direction of a P25 platform. We are the only place in Maine that has our radio system and has turned on a P25 frequency. So what we did was we have two frequencies that we allow anybody in our center, so in any of the 19 communities, or actually even beyond, anybody in Cumberland County can use these 2 frequencies as a backup to anything that they're doing. So offering up for them to use the P25 frequency gives them a chance to actually try it before they take the leap themselves. The total distributions were 98 mobile radios, so those are the ones that are in cars and fire trucks. And then 540 portable radios. And that was not just given out to a broad scope, it was given out to anybody in a patrol capacity for law enforcement. And then, as far as the fire departments go, we designated riding positions. So it wasn't given out to everybody's family member that might want to listen to a radio, but the folks that are actually responding to the calls was to the best of our ability. And 348 licenses, so those folks already had a radio that was capable of P25, they just hadn't purchased the licensing yet, so we got that. And again, so by upgrading the county's infrastructure on the 3 county frequencies, so that's the sheriff's office primary, our Ops 1, which is the P25 frequency now, and our Ops 2. By upgrading all of our towers with new equipment, we were able to achieve significantly enhanced portable coverage. So on the left, you'll see our 9 sites had talk-in capability, but only 5 of them had talk-out, so that affected reception at times. We've upgraded all 9 towers to be talk-in and talk-out. And so everything in red is what you can expect for coverage on a portable, which is pretty huge. Normally, a map like this would show you mobile coverage, because portable is hard to guarantee. But that's what we got with our upgrade. On the left, those are systems that are compatible with ours. Again, ours is the only one that's actually turned on to its full capacity. You'll see others in there that have P25, or maybe that are getting ready to go to P25. They have not turned it on yet. And the biggest, and this is why I give Jim all the credit for that, that million, is the biggest hurdle they have is when you take 19 communities with different budgets and you say, okay, we're all gonna buy this radio for this price at this time, you just can't do that. So they've got the infrastructure, but they can't use it because nobody has the radios to talk on it. Or maybe they only have 5 radios.
And I love the credit, but it was staff in the office that did it, so Travis did yeoman's work on that.
So we currently monitor upwards of 35 radio frequencies. So like right now, it's been busy all day at the 911 center. We have 8 staff working, and they're listening to 35 frequencies that are coming at them. So at the start of every day, I set them up for complete failure. I ask them to listen to 5 people talking to them at one time and to not miss any of it. So the future required that we have an infrastructure that would support some consolidation efforts instead of pushing in on communities and saying, okay, we're going to consolidate frequencies, but we're going to degrade your service. We actually have a system that can allow us to move in that direction. And I think that it'll be beneficial in many ways, because the 911 industry is not the only industry that's having staffing issues. So when you have 3 or 4 fire departments that are helping each other a lot, wouldn't it be nice to have them on a frequency that works really well? So I think that as far as the county goes, we have an infrastructure that's that has a backbone for that. Now it's pushing towards some of that consolidation. Because then when my staff come to work, I can say, I want you to listen to these 5 people on this one frequency with the same set of ears. And they'll be set for success instead of failure.
When you say you're monitoring 35 radio frequencies, does that include any marine frequencies? If you
It does
take a
include
line
some.
from Harpswell down to Poland, there's a fair amount of ocean involved there.
Yes. So we have access to a lot of frequencies. The ones that we actually monitor are the 19 that we talked about. And then the 5 police departments each have their own. And then we used to monitor a significant amount of public works frequencies 24/7. We're not monitoring them 24/7 anymore. They're gonna come to our frequency if they need us. Because they need to maintain the ability to talk back and forth on their frequency, but we don't need to hear it. So, yes, we have access to numerous frequencies. It's whether or not we monitor them 24/7. So, for instance, the Coast Guard. For anything in Casco Bay, we do deal with the Coast Guard, so if we have a Casco Bay event, we might turn them up so we can hear what they're saying, but we don't monitor them normally.
That's extra, Bob.
Figured he's paying.
So,
But in our contract with communities, if this might be part of your question, we contract to handle their law enforcement events, their fire events, their medical events, their animal control events, their marine patrol events, if they have a marine patrol service,
Public Works?
and their public works.
a lot of coastal emergencies really don't involve the Coast Guard. They can be handled by the harbor masters.
Sure. Yep.
I was wondering if there's a coordination between,
So your harbor master in Cumberland talks to us on the fire frequency. We have had harbor masters in the past ask to monitor them on their own frequency, but we say no. Please find something else in your community that you can talk to us, because it becomes a lot.
Excellent. Other questions?
I'm just visualizing that red and yellow map that you showed us, and there's a section down south.
Scarborough.
Is it? Is that Scarborough just in
Yes.
both cases?
Yes.
And,
So Scarborough has their own everything, police, fire, EMS, so we don't find ourselves in Scarborough a lot. So when you're looking at where you're gonna put the funds and where you're gonna try and get the coverage for Cumberland County, and I'm gonna wish I didn't say this, but the sheriff's office doesn't even go there. And if they did, they would just need to swap over to a Scarborough frequency to have the coverage.
and one more question. So when you get to the more rural parts, or those beautiful cameras, it's like Google Maps or whatever, so you're really like zooming into, I always imagine that frequencies are very weak in those, in some of those more rural, with a lot of trees and, but you're still able to see right down into, if there's a call, you can actually see the road and the location from where it's coming from?
In dispatch, you mean?
Yes, in dispatch.
No. No.
Okay, so what was you had the TV monitors on one of the slides. What was that zooming in?
Those are all,
zooming
so
in.
every single one of those icons
Mhm.
is a radio frequency.
No, maybe 2 pictures back, where there's
With
a.
the new and the old.
The new and the
um,
old, yes, yes. Yeah, I'm just looking at that beautiful map
Yes.
on the corner there. What is that telling
So
us?
that's the 911 map. So if you call 911,
Mhm.
it's telling me a lot. I can zoom. And so when I told you that I can see what room you're in, is that what you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So that particular piece of the technology is pulling from your data on your cell phone. So if you have a data plan, so is it everybody? No. But is it,
Most everyone.
most people have one somewhere in their house. And if they do, we're leveraging it when you call 911, only when you call 911.
It's almost like find the phone, or if you have the find the phone to watch your kid travel all over Greater Portland. It's very something similar.
Even the
to that.
biggest criminals are allowed to see their phone, usually the pizza guy.
Yeah.
Or, if you've gotten a burn permit and you gave your name, your address, your phone number, we have all that.
Okay.
I mean, it's voluntarily, that's the
Yeah,
thing.
folks.
is-
Feel good or bad?
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's voluntarily provided, so you're basically pulling from voluntarily given information.
Because
Right.
the question a few years ago was, how can the pizza man find me, but 911 can't? And it's because we were leveraging 2 different technologies. So there's all these companies out there that will let the pizza man see where you're coming from, and they're giving it to 911 for free to help us, only when you call. I cannot I don't have any
Really
technology that
knowledgeable.
allows me to look at your phone right now.
Yeah.
But if you dial 911, I can find you, for sure.
Okay, I like that.
Very
Thank you.
important. Good.
So if I was to say to you, what can you do to increase your presence, if you will, taking over the rest of the towns and communities in the state? And what can you do to reduce my cost as a municipality? So is there, if you were to take all the towns that don't subscribe and fold them in, I mean, I might save a dispatching position in one community by you taking it, but is there cost savings, is there a way to save us, is there a way to save the county money?
I mean, either of you, yeah, I mean, tag team that, yeah.
She was hitting on it earlier, and it's a big deal. The frequency sharing issue, and those 35 frequencies they're monitoring, if communities can agree to share frequencies more, that has an absolutely enormous impact on what they need for staffing levels. It does a great job of improving their ability to add communities. It's all about the frequency sharing. We start having these various people let go of that need to have their own unique frequencies. That's the game changer, and honestly, everything else is small by comparison. It's a huge impact.
Just that chicken and egg in terms of not having the money to upgrade the equipment, and so we have to hang on to our frequencies, or?
We've upgraded a lot of the equipment.
Yeah, it's all upgraded.
So now it's just holding on.
It's basically cultural, you're saying. Yeah.
If you could picture, we have a number of fire departments on one frequency, but each police department that we monitor has their own frequency. They're not on one frequency. So if you start combining, for instance, if you're a large city, you could be having 300 police officers talk on one frequency in the city of Boston. But here, we have 6 frequencies that might have 75 officers or less talking. So, but this is all how the center got built out back in 2005, 2006, and the agreements that were cut back then with municipalities to join the center was, yeah, we'll give you your own frequency, yeah, and it's time to have a different discussion.
Can I just ask a different, so I know Falmouth, we have our own dispatch. And is there a savings to Cumberland County and to Falmouth by, I guess you get more synergies out of having more of the 26 communities? If all of them came in, would that $28 rate come down? Or does it really not matter because you're then building more infrastructure at the county? If you get the question.
Sure, the way we've been billing doesn't change. As communities have come on, they join in the.
And the rate stays the same?
It's built out with natural increases, but across the board for everybody.
So to come back to it, the paradigm shift, the thing that would cause more communities to come on with us, having cause to drop the existing funding model and move to a different funding model, I'll come back to it again. It would be for communities to agree to come on and share frequencies with other communities as they do that.
That's
That
where
would
the
be a whole
savings.
new
Well, I think there's some energy around that. We had a meeting with Greater Portland House of Commons. I don't think you were there, but somebody from Falmouth was there, and all the town managers, this was North Yarmouth, Cumberland, Falmouth, Yarmouth, there was, Jim Gailey was there also. There's energy around some conversations about consolidation, and so I think the time is we're ready to, run something up the flagpole.
Well, one of the things that I haven't heard Melinda talk about, ability to locate. You can see a call and see who's closest. to make that response versus what community are you in?
Yes, exactly.
They're not taking advantage of that.
Right,
Mm,
right.
Yeah.
That's a,
And on top of that, the other thing is your emergency people. Now you begin as, if you put the community, you begin to say, oh, wait a minute, I should really locate something here, and I can share half of this and get rid of one or something. You know, that technology exists. But it's the communities that are gonna sit down and say, okay.
We're willing to part with.
And Commissioner Gordon, a lot of that went into the radio infrastructure. There were a lot of
painful.
stops that we made to say, hey, we're both buying this, why don't we buy one?
the other thing I think it gives us too is the frequency of calls and where they're coming from, more holistically versus each town just saying, you know, and maybe we can place, you know, fire trucks, fire departments, or police, or whatever, more sanely versus, oh, we just have this nice lot of land, let's put the next fire department over there, right?
And I would just, if I could just give one final perspective for people. So a PSAP, which we are a PSAP, can answer 911. A non-PSAP can't. So if you live in a community that has their own dispatch center, but they can't answer 911, somebody else is answering their 911 calls. And then they're transferring them to the dispatch center.
Is that somebody else in Cumberland County?
We are not solely PSAPing for anybody. Anybody that we PSAP for, we also dispatch for. Scenario you gave, Westbrook is your PSAP, so your calls get answered in Westbrook.
Is that right?
If you get into bigger communities, the police department are actually seeing where they're having their troubles, and they move their assets daily. They know that they have more trouble here in the evening than they do here, and so there's a whole host of things that can be conjured up by this.
Yeah, we do that in Cumberland a lot.
Any other comments, thoughts? Once again, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good luck with continuing good service, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, manager, hand it over to you, hand it back to you.
Well, I will take a pause here and see if anyone wants to grab a sandwich and listen while eat. We do have Italian sandwiches over on the side table here.
like
if
where your
anyone
head's
wants
at.
to grab. So, would you like to take a 5-minute break right now, grab a sandwich?
Yeah, 5-minute break. Everybody stretch, do what they gotta do, so we'll be back in 5.
Jim, is there a extra red one?
Yeah, just down on the right-hand side.
You know, because mine animates. Can we try this? Use my clicker so you don't click it. It animates which
I'm with you. I thought there was another slideshow on there.
No, this is just a clicker. He doesn't want to, it animates, he doesn't want to click through everything. You wouldn't know when you do it, it's like a dance.
I know.
It's a choreographed dance.
I first saw it and I didn't have it in the slideshow format.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell am I looking at? It was like all overlapping.
Oh, really?
The format was wicked weird on it.
Oh, weird.
And then I opened it up in slideshow. Oh.
Yeah. Let's see,
I can't lose my keyboard.
You have another one right there. You have two.
Within 6-9 months.
Thank you.
It's not hard.
Why is Steve not taking that?
The chief's daughter babysits him. Her kids. Beating my head against the wall.
What can I do? Well, take one more time. She said, give me a little time.
Yeah, she's had all the time she needs.
Okay, I'll call her.
You know, we had a council meeting last night. Show up for the council government tomorrow night. Yeah, it's a
On Wednesday?
I'm hoping somebody from Falmouth is there, we can have a conversation.
She's gonna be there?
Well, she wasn't there last night, and I'll follow up with her, to try to encourage her to be there.
Okay, it isn't tomorrow, so I'll be there at the
Yes, the North, North, what do they call
Okay.
I have so little patience with people who don't want to do things.
You know, Jim, I have to say when it's we hear.
I do.
Right, it might not be
I am gonna go back and ask them. Well, I need to borrow them dispatch and then, you know.
The frequency sharing has been a hot button for the chiefs.
Well, now that I know about it,
Everybody else gets to come, you know, towards the end of it.
I will tell you that they're loosening up and they're having better dialogue. We actually have some towns willing to debate a test.
You're a very patient man, Jim. I don't think I have that same level of.
Well, when you work for county government, you gotta be patient. Because we
yeah.
know there's home rule involved.
Yeah, oh yeah, well, we need to change that. We need to change that too.
Oh, thank
That's where the place
Are you guys just taking a break? I stepped out for a minute to use the bathroom, and then I came back and you were all like walking around.
Sorry. Yeah, 5 minutes.
All right.
You wanna bring down a sandwich, Bryson?
Yeah, I'll grab one when you guys are.
You know Brian Sykes,
As it's enough.
town council? Well, he was, select board member from North Yarmouth.
First meal today.
Jim, we didn't have any utensils. We don't have utensils anywhere.
When you leave this,
I didn't,
Last year.
yeah, I think Catherine dropped off and, let's see.
Fingers it is. I was gonna say, I'll just rip off one. Right, rip off one. That's off. Well, nobody has issues with me.
Nope, not at all.
Mixing pickles, right, I just grabbed pickles and.
Pencils in the bags?
As long as there's no, cucumbers, right, Alan?
Exactly, avoid the cucumber.
I was coming down from West Bath this afternoon, and
Jim said that. I was like, I forgot. That was what you were planning. What were you doing, a project up there?
yeah, I'm building a house, and
Yeah.
I'm trying to make everybody happy.
everybody's on the road.
Oh, of course.
Oh.
Very about that time.
Yeah, and they're either they're driving with no lights on,
We all forgot sunset's about 3 o'clock.
It was safely across the.
Oh, we got Oreo.
Glad you made it.
What a great job.
So where
Saved it
where
for
did you
rabbit
get
hole, although as
the
soon as I
most
said that, I was
traffic?
like,
Was
no.
it you're the cusp coming in from?
She did good.
What's that?
You'll come anytime.
I'll come anytime, yes. We got
Over here,
Oreos, food.
exit 9, you've got to do the Bath Bridge.
Alex, you sound like you've been around, what, you sound like you've
What-
been
what-
around for quite a while.
Pleasant Street in Brunswick is
Oh, yeah.
that you just right to a halt.
I've been here 12 years, which does make me the one who's been around.
Supposed to be redoing it.
I don't know why they
That's, that's impressive.
either put a median right down the middle of it, so nobody can turn,
Right,
or put a turning lane in the center,
yeah.
one or the other.
No, I
Doesn't
mean,
either,
people are
so-
getting
No,
there.
it doesn't either.
I feel it's a
Good,
Kind
yeah, yeah, it's a good,
Drives me right up a wall.
of seeing something tonight,
I like that district.
probably department heads we go.
You haven't met her before?
So far,
Oh, yeah.
So we're putting forward to.
That's nice, that's, yeah, it
I know
definitely sounds that way.
that was a pretty controversial election. You can people make these.
That was.
Mike came doing November, so canceled.
Oh, sure, I can email them out.
Could you make that? That'd be great. I've been trying to take as many notes as I can. but-
Although not that,
That.
Yeah, no problem.
2 years, yes, that's right, that's right. Yeah,
This has been with us, I think, for 3 years. Inspired.
I like her because she's open to new ideas.
Yeah.
Willing to try something
I
different.
figure I'd get you away from the arena pizza and hot dogs.
okay.
You know, get a red flag law.
Yeah.
Take the damn guns away from these people.
Yeah, good, good.
But running up against this.
Morons, or morons.
Okay, you said it. Just the perspective of whole thing. Can't do that. Can't do that.
You can rehash this thing up in Lewiston for the rest of your life. Of the parents, the first mistake made. They should have gone into that house, took the guns away from that guy, and took him down to the hospital and said, check him out. And the failures after that just compounded it. Oh, I know it. Yeah.
So now you just got everybody hating on everybody else.
Ah,
You could have saved yourself a whole lot of problems.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I used to work for them, yeah.
I think we get these communities together, get all the select boards and councils together, and get the legislatures in the same room and beat them up.
Right,
Say, when you go to Augusta, you gotta do something.
right, no worries.
It's a great idea until you get some of like my select board members in there and you realize they're not really on board with all this moving and shaking. I have all I can do to move what I am moving.
Oh, believe me,
But you get the right people, yeah, the probably tough.
Jan and I are struggling
Sign
to
up anytime.
do something with Cumberland Falmouth. Don't you, I do away with my rescue. I consolidated Cumberland, Falmouth, Yarmouth, and North Yarmouth.
Yep,
One rescue. That'd be step one.
that'd be, yes. Be a big step, but that would be a good
Yes,
start.
it would be a good start. And then we'd talk about fire, we'd talk about public works, we'd talk about police.
I think if you could show the economics of it, people have got to come to grips with how expensive stuff getting.
You know, Republicans theoretically like to save money.
I'll be right up their alley.
$8.20, but then, you know, I had to purchase a seat for them, and I had to get the bag checked, so it ended up being like $9.10. That's like $400 past my company.
Bob, what time is the meeting tomorrow and where?
5:30 to 7:30. North Yarmouth, West Customer Hall up there.
Bob's making it sound like it's a film. This is county commission.
This is not the meet and greet one, is it?
I thought it was.
You're going,
Yeah, 5:30, let's go school.
Yeah.
I thought it was supposed to be like a reception. You say meeting, and I'm like, I ain't going to no meeting. I've done enough meetings.
I think they're offering some beer there.
Somewhere around $2
Definitely not a meeting.
on the idea is
Might be
No
some-
work getting done at that point.
property tax, user fee.
I think we're ready to continue.
Yes.
We'll have a working meeting from here on in. Next up is Public Health. Liz Blackwell Moore is here. Liz is the Director of Public Health, and she has a series of slides to introduce Public Health to the committee and answer any questions that you may have. So Liz, it's all yours.
You have the luxury of us eating while you talk, so, no disrespect, do what you
No,
do.
you'll be happy, which is great. I'm
Yeah.
happy about that.
So yeah, I'm Liz Blackwell-Moore. This is my first time coming to this committee. I am excited to share with you some of the work we've been doing and our proposed budget for this year. So I thought I'd just share with you a little bit about public health because our department is new to you all. So our mission really is to do public health work, right? To protect and promote the health of people and communities where they work, live, and play. Our approach really is, because there are lots of public health entities in the state and in the region, our approach is assessing the health of communities. We do a lot of work of understanding what's happening in communities, what their assets are, what their needs are, what the community conditions are that are great for health, and the things that can impact health. We cooperate with many different organizations and entities to do our work. And of course, a major thing that we do is prevent health problems before they start. So I thought I'd give you just a little history and how we got here. We, in 2019, Jim was having conversations with folks and saw that there was really a need for public health at the county level and envisioned this county public health director role. In 2020, obviously we received the ARPA funds here in the county, and we were able to use some of those funds for this role. So I was hired because COVID did some delays there in the whole creating the department and hiring. So I was hired in October of 2021. So in 2022, I spent a lot of that year trying to figure out like what is our role, and I'll talk more about the county health improvement plan that we did. But we did a county health improvement plan during that year, which took up a bunch of the time then. And we had the Violence Intervention Partnership, which is a long-standing position and role that the county, project that the county has had for 25 years. It kind of was floating as its own thing under executive. It was moved under public health because Violence Intervention Partnership is a public health project, so it made a lot of sense for it to move under, and it moved under kind of my supervision, but not under us financially. So you didn't see it in a public health budget in the past.
Is that mostly domestic violence when you say violence?
Yes, domestic sexual violence.
Okay.
So, and I'll share with you a little bit more about it in a second.
Super, yeah.
And so then in 2023, based off of our county health improvement plan, we were able to go for a bunch of grants in 2022. And so we were awarded several grants and we hired 8 staff in 2023. And then in 2024, we had some continuation grants that we were awarded. And we also became responsible, we sort of asked permission from the commissioners and became responsible for allocating the opioid settlement funds that we receive as a county, and allocating and dispersing them. And I'll get into some of the details for you because I think it'll be helpful for understanding what we do and where our money comes from and sort of the budget we've proposed for you. So the County Health Improvement Plan, essentially we worked with a bunch of local public health folks across the county to develop a plan that would really be for the county, not just our organization, but other organizations. So the primary outcome was really to have this as a guiding the work and understanding what the needs were and guiding the work of public health. The secondary outcome was really to identify what should we, as the new county public health department, be doing versus state public health or City of Portland Public Health. So these are our priority areas and strategies that came out of that county health improvement plan. You'll see we had advancing health equity as sort of an overarching. It's also embedded in all of the actual goals as well. And then we had 2 other areas of healthy minds and bodies, and then building healthy communities. Because yes, there are like individual things we could be doing in public health to impact individuals, but there's really the work of building healthy communities that helps make individuals more healthy as well. So you'll see that we now have grants that support efforts in the goal areas that are in pink. And because and the goal isn't for the county public health department to do all these things. It's to identify the goals, see who's doing what, and then figure out how do we make sure that all of these goals, there are organizations or people working on them. So we, those didn't animate, oh, there we go. So we use mostly grant funding to support the work of the department. In 2024, we received about $2.3 million in grant funds, which makes up about 90% of our budget. The grants are from federal, state, and state agencies, and as well as the opioid settlement funds. And in 2025-26, we anticipate that we will have about the same amount, and that will make up about 90% of our budget again. And we plan to write some more grants, though, actually, the federal grant season is usually around February, March, April, and so we have our eye on a bunch of things. If they remain as they are, we consider them, they're all in projected status to be released, so if that stays the same, we have several that we would like to go for, especially in our chronic disease prevention and behavioral health coordination space. So I thought I'd share with you just a little bit about the grant funding so you can see kind of the breadth of and the work that we do. So this Violence Intervention Partnership grant, we have, you'll see that one position actually we have within our county budget, and we can talk more about that in a minute, but the grant we have actually is it's a $700,000 grant that we have over 3 years. And it's really to improve policies, best practices, and victim-centered responses to domestic and sexual violence. It's about coordinating we coordinate this response in a partnership, but we also have subawards on that grant where we subaward for positions at Maine Pretrial Services, SARSM, and through these doors. We, in chronic disease prevention, we receive over $1.2 million in grant funds. We anticipate that for 2025-26. We have a large Maine Prevention Network grant, and this grant is really to, it's $1.2 million in that coming year, but it's a 10-year grant. So over the 10 years, it's over $10 million. And that grant really prioritizes achieving health equity around 3 core focus areas, and it's commercial tobacco prevention, substance use prevention, and the promotion of healthy eating, active living. So we have, it funds 6 positions within our county public health department, and then it funds a bunch of FTE at the City of Portland and Midcoast Hospital to cover the whole region. We also currently have a federal Department of Transportation grant, and this is a really interesting planning grant where we were awarded funds to work with Moving Maine and GPCOG and other organizations that help people who have low incomes get transportation. And our role is really helping do this planning process to see if there's a way in which we can build we call it an institutional bus pass program for low-income folks. And so that we were awarded the funds and are doing the planning, and there are 8 planning grants that were awarded, and 4 will get implementation funds. So we got a 50% chance of getting implementation funds, and the implementation funds would be $750,000 over 2 years. And so that would come in 2025, but we won't know until the end of this fiscal year about that grant. We also have several behavioral public health grants, and so we have a Bureau of Justice grant that is really around supporting coordinated reentry. So we have some staff who are supported on it in our department. It supports a reentry coordinator at the Cumberland County Jail, and it also we subaward for some staff at Maine Pretrial Services, Common Space, and Portland Recovery Community Center. And this is really around supporting and having better reentry services for folks who have a substance use disorder and are involved in the criminal legal system. We also have a Maine Department of Safety grant called Pathways of Hope. And this actually was a project that the city of Scarborough had, which was called Operation Hope, which was a way to not use police as a means of dealing with substance use, but trying to divert those police calls to community supports around substance use. And so they were in a position of really wanting to, because so many people were coming from across the state, really, but definitely from all over Cumberland County, they asked us if we would take on the role of doing that work. And it's shifted and changed over the last 2 years, but it's a Department of Safety grant that we then work with the Portland Recovery Community Center, where they have a navigator who people come to, and they can, they get assessed, and they can have those who are like at most risk for an opioid or overdose, or who also are at high risk for involvement in the criminal legal system. They can then have access to supports to find treatment and recovery housing and funding for their treatment and recovery housing for at least 1 month. Sometimes it's more. And so that is like, we've been just renewed that annually. And so we're kind of like every year, let's hope it happens again, because it's a really great, it's been a really needed thing in the community to have that kind of support for recovery housing in particular. It funded like 324 people to get recovery housing last year. So it's like a really, it's like a really great thing to have. And then we have the opioid settlement funds, and these are estimated at $215,000 a year for the next 17 years. It supports some of our behavioral public health manager and the work he does around coordinating behavioral health within the criminal legal system. And we also funded a project that Greater Portland Health proposed. We did like an RFP process, and it's also funding some work we're doing on prevention. I also do some work around supporting this children's preventative oral health project. That's been a really cool project that was ARPA funded, and it's a project that's a partnership with 2 oral health providers, Greater Portland Health and Mainly Teeth, and also the Maine CDC's oral health program and the Children's Oral Health Network of Maine. And it's really to grow the system and the capacity for doing preventative oral health work in schools. So we hope by 2026, all schools will have access to a preventative oral health provider who could offer services in their school. It doesn't mean all children necessarily will use it or be covered, but we'll have the capacity and sort of a system for providing those services in school. And we're well on our way. We actually just have, by 2025, we hope in 2025 to add the last 3 school districts. So our budget proposal really includes personnel, and I'll go just a little more detail in the next slide. So we have some personnel, 2.5 FTE, and then some just operational costs for that. So our total request is $300,000. And sort of just to give you a little bit of detail on the personnel, there's my position of the public health director at full-time, and I oversee the staff and I'm on the Maine Recovery Council and support grant writing. We also have that Violence Intervention Partnership Manager position, which has been at 0.75 FTE for a long time, and it was under the executive. So you saw it under the executive budget for the last 25 years, and this is the first year that the funding for that is now being moved from executive to public health. Because I supervise the Violence Intervention Partnership Manager already, so we're now moving the budget under there.
That's why the executive budget is under budget this year. I look pretty good at it, but
Look good, yeah.
just a shell game.
Yeah. And then we have a finance and admin assistant who is, we're putting her in 0.5 FTE into this, and we pay for the rest of her position through the Maine Prevention Network grant, where she does really specific work on that grant, but she is helping us do all the administrative and financial management. Because we have so many grants, our financial, we're complicated with finance. And so we have she would be 0.5 on the budget. So that's it.
Go ahead, Bob, go.
I'm exhausted just listening to all you're trying to do there. And it seems to me that for $300,000, it's just a bargain by any measure. I'm a general contractor, and I work all over Cumberland County.
Yeah.
Harrison, up to Phippsburg, down to Kennebunkport, which kind of encompasses a couple other counties too. And I'm currently working in West Bath. And so I see this huge disparity of wealth and economic opportunity, you know, in some of these communities. And, you know, just oral health, for example, you know, so many children are disadvantaged before they even get to school. So I'm just curious, are you doing outreach to the towns, to the schools, and how do we improve the, you know, early training pays off in adulthood. I can't tell you how many angry guys I see in a pickup truck driving aggressively, and I'm thinking to myself, you know, it's only 7 o'clock in the morning. Why are you so angry already? And
Get up that early.
just,
That's why I'd be angry.
but you know, it seems to me that the issues are very deep seated, and you ain't got nearly enough money.
I mean, I'll agree with you there. I think on both things. I think, you know, I think that's why we are continuously, like, always. So, one, I'll say the issues are deep, and and I think our focus, generally speaking, you know, we have state public health is doing work in Cumberland County. We have the city of Portland who does work in Cumberland County. They provide lots of services, you know. I think our real focus is on addressing those disparities, like, and really thinking about where are the populations within Cumberland County that have the largest barriers to health, and how can we figure out what are the needs that are happening there, and how can we build our capacity, or organizations who are already there, how can we build their capacity to do that work better? So the Oral Health Project is just a good example. It's very tangible, in which I'm not, my role is to be of support to that work. It was to help, we had it in the county health improvement plan, like that oral health was such a big problem and a need. And so we were able to kind of pair ARPA funds with that project to say, look, if we do this systems efforts, we could increase the capacity of Cumberland County to see 20,000, maybe over 10 years, 30,000 children who have no preventative oral health care right now. It's not gonna be that we're just gonna grow the capacity like exponentially but with $650,000 to build the capacity of those two organizations, they were able to, you know, hire more staff, buy all the equipment to go into schools, and then it was creating, my role and my help is to create the system that then helps those schools access that. So I think it's what we are trying to do. We work a ton in schools around substance use and commercial tobacco use prevention and healthy eating, active living. We're doing a ton in schools. We work with rec departments. We've done lots of trainings in rec departments and providing technical assistance to them on how to, you know, it might be on how they can do better at marketing what they offer to families that speak language other than English. It could be, how do we help you find grant funds to be able to offer more services to children who can't pay? So, or it's like, how do you create inclusive environments where LGBTQ kids feel like they belong there, right? So it's like, that is what we're doing, and we would love to have more funding to do that, to do more of that work, but we're growing at a pace that I think is good for us to have, you know, we're only 3 years in. And so it's helpful to sort of grow that work that we're doing a little at a time, so that we don't sort of outgrow our britches, you know, sort of thing.
Big picture, if you did your job more effectively, we could cut the sheriff's and the district attorney's budget in half. We wouldn't need them.
You know, and we work with both those departments to do some of the, like, what are systems changes that could be made, that could support, that could make improvements there, but then also how do we do this prevention so that, yeah, folks aren't acting out of the trauma and substance use that they were raised in, or, you know, so yeah, well, that is the work. And prevention gets a tiny amount of money, yes. I would love prevention to get a lot more, thanks.
Question?
Every time I hear ARPA, I included in these budgets, on the one hand, what a bonus that was. On the other hand, it ain't going forward. And in the environment that we're in terms of, you know, the next 4 years, I just am a little concerned about us counting on federal dollars flowing to county, state, city governments at the rate it was in the last 4 years. And so I just get a little anxiety around, you know, how do we fill that gap? Because it might be a big gap coming down the road. But, you know, not to have crystal balls out here. But the other question, well, the other question really is, so the Surgeon General talks about loneliness, isolation, anxiety as being a health epidemic. And we're certainly seeing it over here too. And so what are some of the things that we could be at the county level be sort of feeding into the municipal schools, whatever, that build programs around just that issue? It's parents who are having the anxiety that are passing it on to the kids, perhaps. I'm not the psychologist here, but to your point, I think it's a vicious cycle that we're in right now that leads to, the symptoms are violence, the symptoms are crazy behavior.
Right.
But the underlying core, what are your thoughts on how do we promote wellness, mental health wellness?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll say we are taking a big picture approach. So we have funding to do commercial prevention, tobacco use prevention, and substance use prevention. But when we go into community and talk to schools, what are the issues they're dealing with? Those things, yes, and they're dealing with with young people who are considering suicide. They're dealing with young people who are not coming to school. They're dealing with families that don't have what they need, and their basic needs aren't met. And so then kids don't come with their basic needs met. So we are funded to do, and we are and those are state funds, and the state really sees, we've been working with them on seeing the big picture of these problems. Like the risk factors for substance use are pretty similar to the risk factors for loneliness and isolation and suicidal thoughts and anxiety and behavioral health. So I think what I'll say is, with the limited funds that we have and the ones we keep looking for, it's really to think big picture and work with communities. So working with schools on their, you know, not just on like I think what I would say to municipalities too is that a school health is not just about the health education you provide in the class. It's about ensuring that young people have access to physical health care and behavioral health care. It's also creating inclusive school communities that are supportive school communities where people feel like they belong and parents can access that place. I mean, I think there's so that's like schoolwork, but then there's the community work, which I think is bigger and is about, you know, what's hard about public health is you start to get into a lot of it has to do with financial security, and a lot of it has to do with, you know, housing security, and those things, it's like we can be a part of supporting that, but our role only, and our work can only go so far until others kind of we have to work together in this cross-sector way. So I think there's a lot of work that I'm involved in that's about how do we build cross-sector partnerships.
Yeah. So can I just make one more point? So, you know, just looking back historically, the Boys and Girls Club was a solution to a problem. the YMCA was a solution to a problem. And I'm just wondering if there isn't some value in the county doing maybe research on what's the best, which cities are performing better than the average in terms of keeping, building the happiness factor, or whatever you want to call it, and what do they have in place? Because there are some West Coast communities that are just blowing, the doors off in terms of people being happy and, polite to each other, et cetera, et cetera. What can we learn from those communities and bring back here as models to try out? In Falmouth, we have what we call a wellness committee, and the whole point of that wellness committee is let's get people out of this isolation. We frankly haven't cracked the code. I mean, we do a fair once a year. We started it last year. But I wonder if there's more research to be done to see what cities or parts of the country are doing well with this. And, we have the added disadvantage of having, 4 o'clock, it's dark, and,
Right.
and then the ruralness and how do you get around, no public transportation. But that, to me, would be a huge value add if we could figure that out. And, I don't know what the solution is, but
Well, I'll also say that if I think we're moving in the direction, if there are things the towns would like around public health that they aren't getting, that they would like to talk to us about and figure out how do we create structures, payment structures for doing that work. I mean, I think we've been in conversations with like folks around their opioid settlement funds. Are there ways we can support them in figuring out what to do with them? Are there ways we could coordinate and work together? I think we're just in beginning stages of those conversations, but I think there's more we could do with more capacity. So again, I think that's like we're kind of following the lead of our county health improvement plan of like where we go next for what fundings we go for and try to do. There's a lot of room in there for a lot of stuff. So I think, we're open to those kinds of conversations with the towns.
thank you.
about-
I'll take that back. Yeah, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, it's wealthy communities, there's no shortage of special programs in the education, the school, if they're fully funded. And then you start stepping back, you draw that radius around Poland and you start getting a little bit further out. And the money just isn't there. And these are the communities that need the greatest help. And it's so, I struggle with, disparity in incomes and disparity of economics. And again, I'm building a house in West Bath, and I drive by a house every morning, the glass is blown out of half the windows, and there's a guy living in that place, and it's just, and I'm building a house on the waterfront.
Well, I'll say that we are, generally, our focus is, we work in schools and in communities that, generally speaking, have the highest barriers. So the ones we because of our capacity and our funding, we've had to say no to some schools that ask for things that we can't give them because we're saying yes to the places and the schools and the communities and the people who have the greatest barriers to health. So we are doing that. We are actively saying we're going to work in those with communities. But then there are things like everybody's got young people in their towns who may need more and who may need other things. So it's not like we exclusively work in certain towns over other towns, but I think we do have that lens.
A lot of what you threw up was a lot of grants. So
Yeah.
is a lot of your grant writing internal, or are you collaborating with other organizations to help write a lot of these grants that you're receiving?
Yeah, we write them. I mean, we collaborate with them when we say, well.
When they're awarded, right, but
Yeah, when
to
they're
get them.
and in the beginning, when we're saying like, what should it be? What should we be doing here? We work with them on that. But yeah, we've been writing them.
Because that's a lot of people hours. Like, that's a lot of time. So
Tell
the
me
fact,
about it. Mostly, because before I had staff, it was mostly me doing it.
Right, so the fact that you've had all of these successful grants and that you've internally wrote them is amazing. So this leads me to my second question. Yeah, right, right. So my second question is, I recognize, very new, 3 years in, but have you thought about what are ways to build revenues back? Because so many of the budgets we have do have some offsets, and they can continue to grow if there's sometimes offsets in them. Have you thought about revenue ideas that would help offset to grow where the need is huge, but if you could grow your capacity through that?
I can jump in on that a little bit.
Mhm.
One thing that we've started doing really just this year, and it's showing up as a small revenue line in the budget that may increase over time, and certainly will, is for these grants, we have started to capture some of the indirect costs. So we will charge that as a revenue to the general fund,
Okay.
coming from the public health department, will offset their general fund impact. And it's a big part of why we have that, the halftime position administration, because what we recognize is that's a position that's going to be doing the administrative work for a bunch of different grants. And so we capture those dollars to let it be general fund impact. Similarly, if it's a slight offset to Liz's salary, we can keep her in general fund because clearly when you look at the grants that she's filling out and getting, the cost benefit is fantastic. So
Yeah.
that's one of the ways. There are occasional cases where you will be paid for extra services because people are just looking for your expertise, it seems. So those are the two ways. So that is a new revenue line.
Okay.
Just to sort of somewhat abruptly piggyback that onto your earlier question, in terms of the expiring ARPA, we tried very, very hard with the money to avoid anything that was ongoing, to really focus in on one-time expenses. It could be infrastructure, it could be supporting public, supporting more affordable housing by one-time project. But yes, there were certain areas where we said, okay, there's a few spots where we're going to invest in the payroll, Liz's position being one. And this is the first year that there are no ARPA dollars funding her. So the budget you're seeing now is the standalone for their department, no more ARPA budget. That's why you're seeing a jump. This is the year that they went from 50% to 0%. So that's sort of the strategy we had in mind. Kind of coming to the end.
You went through a lot of information. I might have missed some of what you've gone through, and obviously in 3 years you've grown a lot. I live in a pretty affluent community, and so we're probably not seeing too many. In a lot of what you seem like you're working with is kids, and maybe some folks with some opiate issues, but in our community, if there is a kind of a vulnerable part of our community, we've got a group of, we had 221 people qualified, 65 and older people that qualified for some help on their property taxes this year. Is that a part of when you're looking at helping in areas, and maybe not necessarily in Cape Elizabeth, but in the greater Cumberland area, is there a need there for senior citizens to get some support in some way? And is that part of your plan or future plan?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a need for public health support within the older adult communities. We don't currently have grant funding to do that work. In the county health improvement plan, we looked at different populations and looked at like what are some of their needs, and there's certainly in the older adult population there's a lot on housing security, on food security, and on transportation, and as well as behavioral health. So there's tons of need. We just don't currently have funds to do that work. I'm aware of a lot of the organizations that do. So I'll say that's one part of my role is like trying to be aware of who's doing what and who's working on what around public health. And if there's a time where folks want to partner with us and we can be a part of helping grow their capacity to do that work, we'll do it. We do have some work we're doing around food security that is about supporting food security amongst older adults. So when we can, we definitely try to do that work. It's a huge need. I think there's some coordination around behavioral health stuff that's happening that supports the behavioral health liaisons, who are also actually in all the police departments, who have been doing a lot of work going to calls that address needs of older adults who are alone in their homes. There are a lot of ways we touch on it, but we don't have specific funding to do that work right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, thoughts?
Thank you for what you guys are doing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
a lot to chew on, a lot of work to do, but I appreciate that you're doing it, because it needs to be done, so thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Amazing grant writing.
Right, yeah. All right, manager, who do we have up next?
Next up, let me make sure I give Liz back her. Next up is Mike LeConte from the Cross Insurance Arena. And Mike is already running away.
He's waited all this time?
He's gone.
Oh, he's out.
He sat here for 2 hours and just walked out of the room.
Arena music starts.
This is where we shut the lights off and he does a little intro. Yeah.
Here's the new sound system.
Spotlight.
Yeah, when none of that comes to fruition, yeah.
I drive by these couple of three houses, or actually half a dozen up there, every one in there. It's just shacks,
Well,
just shacks.
promote that because it's in the bond. These windows.
I would love to have some of this
So,
stuff shared.
Andrew, I'm gonna assume, is the sheriff coming at 6, or is he not coming?
He said he was coming.
Okay, all right.
I'm,
So-
I'm expecting him and the crew to come in.
Okay, okay.
Capsule it all, but, I think we're planning to sit down.
He literally has.
You guys do the same.
I'm working on it.
But I'm pretty sure.
Singing off the same page, they're gonna hear it, right?
Yeah.
All right, we hyped you up, so.
All right.
I got a young council with young families, and they're just distracted.
Well, Mike LeConte is here. He's the general manager for the Cross Insurance Arena. And so here's the twist to the Cross Insurance Arena. The county does not have any employees at the Cross Insurance Arena. I serve as the liaison between county staff and the arena. Mike is actually an employee of OVG 360, which is a worldwide venue management company, among many other things. A very up-and-coming company, and you probably will see a lot more of their company name in the media going forward as it's starting to ramp up. The budget that you have in this packet, Mike does not put together. That is something that Alex and I put together. And it primarily deals with some of the accessory expenses like insurances and having trustee meetings, paying some of the management fees out of that, as well as putting some money in just in case we fall short in a given year operationally. So that's the money that you see here, plus the bond, the 2012 renovation bond, principal and interest. So Mike doesn't touch any of that, and he won't talk about that. Alex and I are more prepared to talk about that if need be. Mike is the guy that looks into the crystal ball every year and says, I'm going to do this many shows, this many hockey games, this many special events, this many meetings, and he packages it all up. It's an enterprise account. So he develops a gigantic enterprise account using many different factors. And so I'm going to kick it off to him and let him run down through his department and how he puts together the budget every year. So it's all yours, Mike.
Appreciate that. Again, Mike LeConte, General Manager of the Cross Insurance Arena. coming off the tails of a successful fiscal last year. We had some of the best numbers we've seen coming out of the building, but, you know, that doesn't mean it's going to translate into another successful year. Going into this new year, expenses continue to increase, such as we just signed a new union contract, which created about 15% more to the bottom line of a stagehand bill. And the stagehand bill is what I do an estimate for when I'm trying to convince a promoter to bring a concert to our arena. Building off the success of last year, we have to be mindful of the different expenses that have increased. This year, going into the projections that we've put together, it's going to be close to $3 million to run the arena, whereas right before the pandemic, it was about $2 million, maybe even a little bit under $2 million. So just because we had great years as far as booking, some were anomalies. We had some fantastic shows that we snuck in to create some wonderful revenues, but that's not going to happen every year. So, you know, we look at it as historically, we want to do 100 shows a year at the arena. To keep the arena viable at 100 shows, we have to make sure that we're not losing our shirts just to get a promoter to say yes to come to Portland, Maine. So I can put together deal points or a contract for, say, Live Nation to bring an awesome show and make all the numbers wonderful for them, but at the end of the day, if it's a co-promotional invoice at the end, the county loses money. So I have to be super mindful of that. I want the promoter to make money. Obviously, the artist has to make money. There's an artist rep involved. There's all the vendors involved in the middle, and then all of the ancillaries. If our food and beverage isn't up to where it needs to be on a per cap ROI, if I overshot what I thought we were going to be able to generate, all of a sudden the portion for the arena is small or in the negative. And we've had those shows. My predecessors have booked them. No slam to them. I've booked them where I thought we were going to sell X amount of tickets based on industry, Polestar related metrics, whereas it fell short. I thought we were going to sell 5,000 tickets to show A. We sold 3,600, and all of a sudden that puts us in a bind for that show. So every show is a unique animal for that building, for any venue. You know, we run any venue, it's going to be a different animal. So it's funny when I bring staff aboard, I tell them, like, every show is the same but completely different, because there are so many variables that go into each one from top to bottom and side to side on how we get things done to get a show off the ground and to have it make money for the venue. Conversely to making things fair for agents, artists, promoters, I could do a deal that makes great money for the arena. The promoter walks away unhappy because the numbers, I'm very transparent with them, sees that we got a good check at the end of the night. Theirs was minimal. They're not going to bring business back to my arena. So I have to be very careful that when we're constructing these deals, that it is fair and equitable to all of the parties involved. And it all boils down to the artist coming to the building, what's their guarantee, what does their agent rep get, what portions the promoters get, what portions does the venue get. It's a delicate balance of constructing the deal. And we did a great job doing it last year. We had some wonderful shows that hit it out of the park. We had 2 Bill Burr nights that was more than $1 million in revenue. We hit it out of the park with Tom Segura in the round, over 7,000 tickets, Jeff Dunham. We had Indiana University play here for the first time, which was amazing. We had the Cooper Flag game, which again is an anomaly. That was 6,200 tickets sold in 15 minutes. It was just an awesome year, you know. So when the team is winning, everything is good. but it's not just because we came out of the gate. We ended up the year at plus $700,000. It was $1 million swing against the approved budget of a $200,000 loss. So we looked great on paper. Going into this next fiscal, you know, I don't have 118 shows booked yet. I don't have 100 shows booked yet. I'm looking at what I can bring in that is going to create, hopefully, residual shows from bringing them in once. For an example, I can give you the Comic-Con that I brought in. I was super excited to bring them in. Comic-Con is huge across the country, especially West Coast, Boston, New York. We brought them in year one. They sold over 8,000 tickets. Everything was awesome. The reason why they were so successful is they brought in successful Comic-Con actors and actresses that are out there. Star Wars people, people from The Walking Dead, that whole realm of subculture. We packed the place. Year two, they, meaning the Comic-Con business themselves, did not attract A-level or A-lister talent to come to our arena. Therefore, that translated in poor ticket sales. So year one, 8,500 tickets. Year two, about 2,600 tickets. They lost a chunk of coin. We covered costs. We didn't lose that much, but it was not how it was year one. So obviously there is no year three. We're regrouping to see what we can do potentially year four to recreate the same vibe that we had the first year. And that's the same battle with each new show that I bring in. We're off to the races this year. We've got, finally, I have country on the books selling well. We've got a couple of great rock shows going. I have a few that I'm working on that should be, you know, sold out material. But they have to happen, right? So, you know, confidentially, one of them is Sarah.
And there's no confidential, it's on videotape.
Oh, that's right.
So someone named Sarah, okay. Just Sarah.
A very popular
Play on
artist.
words.
Very popular artist.
This close to booking.
Also known as Sarah.
Is now having vocal problems on the Canadian portion of her tour. You know, if you could deduce. So like that is something that would put us on the map that month and make Jim very happy with all of the metrics post-show. But that's what happens. All of a sudden she's having vocal issues, there's a human element, and now all of a sudden I'm like, ooh, I might have a dark night on that night instead of a sold-out concert. And that's that balance that I have to approach each show. And I can talk about this openly because it fell through, but Heart, the rock band from the 80s, which would have been a tremendous nostalgic rock show. Portland would have crushed it. It was a done deal. Unfortunately, I forget if it was Ann or Nancy came down with cancer. So they had to cancel last year's tour, which we were one of maybe a dozen prime dates that were going to be really, really great for Portland and for the community. Unfortunately, that's on hold. Hopefully she gets better. I talk to their promoters often, and they are still very interested in coming back. We're just waiting on her recovery. Mm-hmm. So these are the factors that go into it. So it's not just money, there's a human element as well. So the budget going into this new year, similarly as in my past two budgets that I put together, I shoot for 100 events. In the past, we've had in the 80s, 90s. Last year we did 118. One year we did 125. So right now, if I do an average amount of sales with 100 shows, we're under break even by about 200,000. If I can book those additional shows, if someone's voice gets a little bit better for February and whatnot, you know, we will be able to steer clear of any red ink, and we can try to get to some of that black ink again for year three. But that's what we're currently working on with that. Many things we got done this last year, and big thank you to Jim. We tackled some huge projects, and we did really well, and it's worked out very successfully for us. We installed the new hockey dasher and glass system, which was 24 years old and beat up. We've installed an Athletica system, which is an NHL caliber system. It not only increases player safety because of the flexibility of the new construction of the boards, the glass is also a plexiglass, which is safer for the fans. There's less shattered glass going into the crowd, and they're taller, so it's less pucks going whizzing over the top and unfortunately hurting somebody. So not only is it aesthetically a beautiful looking system for hockey nerds, but it's also a well-constructed system that we also paid extra for having a quick change effect, so that when we have a show coming in, we can pop out that glass a little quicker, we can pop out the dashers quicker, and get set up for that concert. So now we're not spending 8 to 10 manpower hours, pulling out the back end of the dashers. Now it's only 2 or 3 hours. So it really does impact the bottom line from the efficiencies that we put together with that new system. So that was one big project that we tackled. Another one, I'm hopeful you've had a chance to see the beautiful marquee we have out front on the corner of the southeast building, corner of Center and Spring. It looks awesome. And I'm not just saying that either, but it's like a 6mm tight, high resolution sign, and I think it's adds a lot of color and depth to what we have, and it look alive and that we're open for business and the show is coming. So I'm super happy with how that came out. Recycling, we touched on recycling for the first time. Is it a perfect animal? No. But for my 7 years in middle management, and now my 3 years in upper management, everyone's been saying, when are you gonna recycle? When are you gonna recycle? Finally, we put together a pilot program with Clink. We have baskets throughout the entire arena. They let us use our trash bags, which is great. We just put the stamp on it. They come by and get it, and it's another vertical for us of money that we're generating. And so far, it's maybe only brought in about $2,000, but it's $2,000 money that we didn't have before. And that gets reinvested right back into the infrastructure. So little things like that go a long way with the guests that come in, because they're always asking, why aren't you recycling? So now we can say we are, but now I'd like to bring it to another level, because it's a little rudimentary in how it's done and how it looks, but baby steps, and we'll get there.
So as you take that sip of water, I have a question for you. It sounds a lot like there are moments where you're also adding shows on the fly, but is there a deadline for when you have to have your bulk of shows? You said last year you did 118, you're sort of shooting, hoping for 118. Is there a deadline where you're like, I need a set amount of shows that I know without a shadow of a doubt they're booked, and then there's some flexibility with things that will come and go as it happens?
Yeah, the really only deadline would be self-imposed, because I have a matrix that I put together for my projection of shows, which directly feeds into the budget that gets approved by the trustees.
Okay.
So there's no deadline per se. I just know that, like, hey, I'm supposed to have 2 more religious shows booked by this month, and if I'm not, on point, then I didn't reach my own deadline that I'd set for myself.
Gotcha.
But with that said, when we do get it outside of that realm, it's considered an unbudgeted event, and it really looks good on the books, because it's was not projected originally, and we got it on the books, and hopefully made some money, and it's a win when you get those unbudgeted shows.
Right. Yeah. Excellent.
A couple of other things we did to just beautify the arena and make it more current. We upgraded our audio controls. Basically, we're trying to get our systems internally in the bowl and in the hallways to bring it to current standards. So now we have the ability to properly mix music. We have the ability to plug and play and add different musical modules and components throughout the arena that will make us sound and look better. So we have controls now, which is kind of like the real high-end, say like back in the day DVD player, right? A Technics DVD player that has all the bells and whistles. We have the good stuff now. Part 2, or phase 2, is going to be probably not next year, but the year after, putting in some really good speakers. The speakers we have up there are from 1997. They do not have that typical surround sound. They do not have high and low. The acoustics are minimal. We want to sound good. We want music to rock. When we have sporting events, we want PAs to sound crisp and clear when we're speaking, and we want internal music when it's being played to sound proper. So that'll be phase 2, but phase 1 is done. We did upgrade our rack components for our controls for our audio system. Really, and then from that, I was telling you, we have a new contract with our union. Also, a lot of our vendor contracts I've been looking at, like we work exclusively at the moment with the city of Portland for the Portland Police Department to be our on-site police when we have our shows, and we also use the Portland Fire Department paramedics as our house EMTs for when we open the doors. What's good about it is that I have put in place communications where we can all talk to each other. You know, I've seen failures outside of the arena where A couldn't talk to B when there was something bad going down, and one couldn't talk to two. But we all are on the same station or channel to get a hold of each other if we need somebody in a pinch. So working with these guys, they're, you know, first-class operation. It's peace of mind for me because their paramedics are unbelievable. They've literally saved a life right in front of us during a hockey game once. We've used vendors in the past that were cheaper to save money so that our budget would look better, and those EMTs cost us business because they didn't do a good job, and we got complaints from families because it was lousy service. Where I'm getting at with that is my contracts with the city, they do cost more. A fire department paramedic is $85 an hour. You know, if I was using Northeast, one of their EMTs would be $65 an hour. I prefer paying the 85 because it's peace of mind and we get a better quality service, but that's still an increased cost that I have to compensate for in other parts of the build that we put together for a show so that we don't lose money. So basically boiling all that into a nutshell, my vendors have gone up, costs for bands have gone up, commissions for agents have gone up, promoter rebates have gone up. That's another part of a deal point when we do a ticket rebate to the promoter. Nothing's gotten cheaper. Nothing's going to come back down to where it was before 2021. So it's put us in a position, in a good position. I mean, we're hitting it hard, but we have to work extra hard at landing those shows that make sense for the building. Because I'm sure you hear it all the time, oh, this place used to have, you know, 25 concerts a year, you were only doing 1 or 2. At least we have it up now to at least 6 or 7. So we're climbing in the right direction. It's just a different animal altogether now, especially with all the competition with Boston and Bangor and New Hampshire. So you have a lot of competition, a lot of GMs making a lot of promises to bands. Oh, if you come here, we'll make sure this happens for you. I can't overextend myself, and I can't give somebody a sweetheart deal because then the next promoter is going to hear what I did, and they're going to be like, you gave so-and-so this deal and you wouldn't give it to us, and then they don't come back, right? So I can't afford that, you know, that discrepancy. So the budget going into this upcoming year, we're not going to do as many capital improvements. We're going to start formulating subsequent capital improvements to come year 2 and 3 behind this one. I'll be working with Jim on that closely. Right now, it's maintaining what we have and making sure we're making the best use of what we have in-house, that we're really maximizing what's available to us. We have some great new infrastructure. We have some 1977 infrastructure. It's still an old building with old bones, and they do creak, and they do come back to haunt me sometimes. So I do have to take all of that into consideration when we're putting together a show. So yeah, I mean, the improvements were great last year. The budget was, like I said, it was the best budget in the history of the building. But, you know, that scares me because how do you repeat that? Especially with costs going through. So that's where I'm at right now, approaching the business of booking that arena. And I've also made a concerted effort too, community activities such as just the ice rentals. I did not focus 100% on that last year, and we did maybe 18 to 20 grand, and my goal was 40 grand, and I want to do 40 grand this year. So we're doing a much better job marketing our available hours so that at least the lights aren't off when, you know, there's nothing going on in the building. The lights are on, and I'm charging $300 an hour for somebody to use our ice. So I've made a little bit more of a concerted effort to go towards the community involvement as well. So there's some good things on the horizon. I have some trade shows that are pending, some concerts that are pending. I think if I can land, you know, half of what I have cooking right now, we're gonna have at least a break-even year. And that's my goal. Break-even meaning in the black by a couple of bucks would be great. If I can fly past that.
Couple $100,000.
Couple $100,000 would be great, but that's the goal. So that's kind of where we're sitting right now as far as that building. It's an interesting animal. Like Jim said, I work for Oakview Group, but Jim is the client and the boss, and we need to make his building flourish. If not, I'm not doing my job as a management team. So that's where we sit today, and what we're moving towards for the next part of the fiscal year. What sort of questions arises from all of that? I know it's a whole ton of information, but please let me help answer anything.
I guess I want to jump in and just give you a roadmap of, we're going through our budget process now. Mike actually starts his budget process in February, March, and he gets approval from the mothership, and then he delivers his budget to the Cross Insurance Arena trustees. The trustees kick it around for a bit, and then recommend the budget to the county commissioners, and by June, the county commissioners accept the budget. So he's a little off kilter, but he needs those extra months.
Sure.
He needs those extra months because it gives him more time to look in the crystal ball to kind of estimate what July 1st to June 30th looks like for event planning. So we really don't have a budget, his operation budget per se, right now, though he's talked a little bit about he's looking at 100 events and this, that, and the other, but there's no hard numbers at this point because it's still 2.5, 3 months away.
Gotcha.
And I'll give a compliment to Jim where, you know, I've had people in the past to be like, well, you know, 100 events should be easy because you have 36 hockey games off the top. Well, I stop people usually right there. A lot goes into those 36 hockey games because if I start clogging up Friday and Saturday nights where we make, say, hypothetically, $7,000, $8,000. If I had booked a concert, I could have made $70,000 or $80,000. So it has to be very strategic in how we look at the East Coast schedule and how many prime nights we how many prime nights we book hockey, as opposed to an off night like a Wednesday night or a Sunday. So Wednesday and Sundays are usually not as highly attended as a Friday or a Saturday. So I have to be very careful about putting together that hockey schedule for each subsequent season, because we can do a bang-up job with hockey and set records with attendance and per caps, but I also am turning away 2, 3, 4 concerts that have the ability to make $50,000 to $100,000 in one night. So that is another very careful deal that we construct with the Mariners, which I work very closely with Jim on, to make sure that we're giving them a fair shot at a successful season, but also giving the venue a fair shot to a good year. So we walk that line carefully as well. So it's not just 36 games off the top, boom, now I have to worry about booking 60 shows. I worry about every show we book, even the hockey games.
Questions, thoughts, comments?
You know, it's a hard one to swallow in some respects, you know. You're not a profit center in the sense that you're not generating income to me, the taxpayer. You do have some services that are beneficial. You know, I get to see the kids play basketball or something like that, or, tournaments like that. So there is that piece there. Is there value in the county retaining this asset? Or, do those discussions ever come up? Hey, let's just sell this thing and let private enterprise run it, and the public, or is the value so great, and I appreciate what you do. I think it's a tough job,
Yeah, it is.
I can make 50 grand, and this guy only wants to give me 5, so, and I'm not gonna make anything off those kids playing basketball.
Yeah.
So, I guess that, we look at the budget and we see all these requests. It would be nice to say, we're getting a little bit from the Cross Insurance Center to pay for a position or two.
So Jim can answer to that. This past year was the first year that we wrote a check back to the county for a chunk of change that he used to pay for some stuff that it was legit county expenses that he used our money to pay for, which felt really good. It felt great, not gonna lie.
It was covering the jail loss.
And that felt
They'll be in next, so you want to have that conversation.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
If I can build on that point a little bit, so I've been in Maine for a few years now, so there are so many other venues, Thompson's Point and LL Bean and Bangor and,
Mhm.
I too sort of question, is that a county role, is that a municipal role, or is that a public enterprise role to run an arena? When it was first set up, I think there was a huge public, we need a big space for the, but today there seems to be much more options. So I just would wonder at what point, great that this is one year that we've gotten some profits into the county budget, but at what point is it the trustees who look at this and say, what a jewel we have, and if only we can get, the right group of people, players or performances or whatever, this is going to be like a huge upside. Then the other thing I think about is, Portland business generates more business the nights you have, shows. And so for the city of Portland, it certainly is a boon, and they don't pick up an extra, well, they probably don't get the property taxes on that square block.
No.
But,
They get plenty of parking revenue with the parking garage next door, though.
that too, yeah.
That's separate, right?
Yes.
I don't know if there's really a question on there, but is there periodic evaluations of, is this arena, because there was a time when there was a big cost, the capital, to beef it up, but is there a ongoing conversation that says, let's do a cost-benefit analysis on the arena, and is it still, a legitimate need for the county to pick up the cost for? And then I have a totally different question around the events that it strikes me that there's a bit of a cadence to, you have concerts during the winter, I would imagine, get people out of their doldrums, and then in the summer, you sort of go a little bit dormant. And
Bands like to go outside in the summer.
Yeah, but then I see Thompson's Point do the outdoor thing all summer long, and that's their only option,
Yeah.
being outside.
Yeah.
Are we missing the boat a little bit in terms of summer performances, given that we got people coming in?
We actually, for the first time last summer, the name is escaping me, I booked 2 summer concerts last year.
Did you?
So, yeah, so I'm trying to get that model back into the rotation. So we did pretty well. So I'm not afraid to book a summer concert if they have one going there, and the night after we have one inside. I think we'll do well, because I prefer indoors. The acoustics are better. It's not, the weather does not impact the band. The beer is colder. There's a lot of things that go into it. So I do aggressively pursue summer concerts now. There used to be a thing in the past where they were fearful, but I kind of rolled the dice on it and did okay with it. So coming up.
On the
Continue.
downside, though, you'd have more competition, because I think being,
Lot more.
Freeport has the outdoors and,
Yeah.
over here.
And
but-
Freeport does it for free at LL Bean. They have Melissa Etheridge last year for free, and it was 8,000 people. And they, LL Bean's got enough money, they just paid Melissa to play, and that was it, you know? I think going back to what Jim is digesting as far as like the arena, what it's worth, so I think if we have continuous years of profitability where we can assist and, filter money back towards the county's way, I also think that there's an opportunity for, like, the economic impact for the building has never really been vetted. It's a really big, expensive undertaking. But like, when I think about, like, even the other night, there was a high school bus at McDonald's that was having a practice at my building, and there were 40 kids loading up with Big Macs through the roof. So the bill must have been a huge bill. I'm thinking, that's economic impact right there. Like, that's not even a concert, that's kids going to a practice for an hour, and they dropped a couple grand at McDonald's. So like, the economic impact of what we provide now with all these new hotels that are $800 a night, $1,200 a night, it's a whole new ballgame, I would think now, on what our building provides for these guys around
Right,
the city.
right.
They need us.
Still a lot of potential.
Yeah, they really need us.
Well, to address the question about the cost-benefit analysis, we haven't got there yet. However, we have had conversations at the trustee level of when do we, in the next year or 2 or 3, start talking about what does 10 years from now look like? Are we gonna be still relevant? Are we going to be at a position where we need to do another update? And then there's a fork in the road. Do we do the update or do we not do the update? So we haven't got there. Mike talked about making money this year. We've made money for 3 years. We've been black for 3 years. First year was about 30,000.
Yep.
Last year was like $1,200,
Yep.
still in the black. And then we were 700 plus this past year. So before that was a little bit of COVID. Before that, we were rebuilding from the a kind of a double whammy of being closed for renovations and losing the Portland Pirates hockey team. So we were in the rebuilding stages, plus that was around the same time that the Cumberland County took the center over. The Cumberland County Recreation Board of Trustees ran the arena from 1977 to 2017.
It was a special district.
It was a special district by state statute. The county at that time went and changed the law and took the arena and the property over for Cumberland County's sake. So it's all ours now versus the trustees used to own it. And the trustees were in a position where if they took a loss, they would pass the commissioners the bill.
We had no choice.
Oh, jeez.
Just here.
So under Jim's guidance and private management, we've proven we can pull a profit 3 years in a row. Prior to that, those 3 years were the best years the arena's had. So we know what we can do with the right circumstances and marketing mix and show mix. It's just that we can't guarantee it's gonna be that way every year. That's the tough part.
So here's,
Private management has a contract with the county.
Yes.
Yes.
so here's my question, because I don't necessarily feel the same way as my colleagues, although I appreciate their insight. I think more large scale in terms of the impact for the state and that the economic impact for the full state. While you have other venues, not all those venues can do the capacity that you are able to. So where they lack, you would be able to pick up. So it's a shared economic benefit. For folks like myself, maybe younger than myself, who are looking for something to attract them to this state, you, along with Bangor, provide that. And so there's a larger economic 10-year impact that says people will want to be drawn here. My big fear is if you gave up the building, it's going to be turned into housing, which is absolutely a necessity.
Sure.
But if you lose out on what draws people, we do need housing, but I think that loss would be felt much larger than you realize.
And think of the number of people. The number of staff I have, and this is a non-exaggeration, is 273. That's union, operations, concessions, event staff. It's 12 full-timers, but 273 people we employ.
Right.
It would be heartbreaking.
So here's my question. What is trending? What is getting folks to go to New Hampshire, Boston? What do you see in the current market over the last few years that gets people excited? Because you had mentioned, hey, Comic-Con you thought was the option, but they just brought the wrong folks. So what is trending that, because you had a spark of a year because both Cooper and the Indiana game were sports that by and large doesn't happen here.
Right, it was anomaly.
That's an anomaly. You're not going to get that unless we got another Cooper
I'm
flag.
trying to get Ace right now to play a game here. He's not as big as Cooper, but Ace will sell.
No, but if
tickets.
Cooper shows up, I mean, whatever. So that's what I'm wondering is what is trending so that this conversation about the value of the building,
Yep.
you can forecast.
It's a new, and that's my opinion, it's a new methodology, whereas prior generations or prior GMs could look at Polestar and more traditional media to kind of see what's trending, what's up and coming. I involve my younger colleagues that a lot of these newer artists are born on the internet. They're
Yep.
born on TikTok, they're born on Instagram, they're born on YouTube.
Yep.
I've sold out some comedians in 10 minutes that I never heard of because they were born on the internet.
Yes.
They did not come up traditional ways through the comedy clubs.
Right.
And, so I think what it's going to take is analyzing the newer markets and the newer trending and how to capture that lightning in a bottle before it goes to a level of like the Staples Center or the Boston Garden.
Because you have a few right now. If you were like Bill Burr is actually an old school.
Right on.
But there are some right now who TikTok are holding as high influencers, but they're just one step away from a Netflix special to
Right.
Staples, where if you can capture them in this moment,
Right on.
then
The
you have it.
podcasters. Like, so I got, oh God. who's the guy,
Segura?
That I did in the round. Bill Kreischer. He was just a podcast guy and had a couple of, YouTube and platforms of that nature. He was born on the internet, and we ended up convincing his agent for the first time to do in the round, meaning I could put the stage right in the center and add 3,000 more seats. So we sold 7,000 plus tickets instead of the traditional 5,000 plus. And that was just number one, a unique marketing grab because of how he was created, electronically on the internet, and then having the confidence in us because I gave them, I'm like, of course we can do it in the round. And as soon as I signed, I'm like, oh shit, we gotta do it in the round. So, but it worked out. So those, I think, to answer your question, it's gonna be a new way to analyze the data and how to monetize it and then take a educated gamble to booking that show.
Okay. I appreciate that.
The way I look at this, all the things that Jim has to worry about in the next year, this is probably a budget that is not going to keep him up too much at night. So I see a lot of positive, just thinking over the years, this impact on this arena and seeing how well it's running right now. And 3 years in the black is a pretty good run, so keep it up.
Even with Jim, I mean, when the team is winning, everything's great, right? But I do keep him in the know when there's a frustrating thing happening or, a promoter isn't gonna happen. I keep him in the loop on the bad too, so that, he's well prepared for anything that comes down the pike. But I would say 75% of the time is good news.
That's a better than 50%.
Maybe even higher.
Anything after 8 o'clock at night makes me nervous.
My favorite is still and this was prior to you, but
Yeah.
at the height of the pandemic, when they couldn't really get anyone in there, they attempted Frisbee golf within there. with
I have PTSD from that.
spectacularly bad results.
I will never, I did everything
You
I
have the
could to
videos.
tell no to
You have the
everybody.
video still, right?
Oh, yeah, nobody would listen to me. Very first one, they hit a fire sprinkler, and literally, it's 500 gallons per second on.
Raining down.
And you know what's right below that lobby where it was spraying? Was our electrical room underneath. And everyone's giggling, it's funny. No, guys, you're gonna shut the building down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, no, under my watch, I guarantee you one thing, there will never be Frisbee.
No
golf
Frisbee golf.
While
Okay.
I'm there.
Good.
Yeah.
Make a note.
Still just regarded as
Oh, my goodness.
Sorry, as bad as it was still funny.
It was. Any other questions as far as this upcoming fiscal? I know we're already, 4 or 5 months into it, so anything you have for me, please.
Keep up the good work.
Thanks.
I think that's it. So, manager, I'll hand it over back to you.
Fantastic, great. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right,
Heard noises out in the hall.
Yeah, I've heard some voices.
Yeah.
let's see if we got one more left.
Yeah.
Definitely a generational thing.
Yes, it is. Because I can think of about 4 or 5 that I've seen in TikTok that if he
You just
brought,
lost them all out, I think.
we lined up.
That's fine.
You assume they're gonna ban it. I think what they'll do is, you can ban it under a certain concept, but it'll get regenerated. I don't think
There is already.
there is going to be something else that,
It's awesome.
that's how quick this stuff goes.
Excuse me?
So I'm not surprised. I mean, look at that. There are already people
What's your order of event that you're looking to do?
We got 8 salts.
Yeah, I was just thinking, admin, law, civil, jail.
In a digital world, things will recover.
Admin, law, and civil are kind of.
What I feel bad for is people who make a living off
Okay,
of
that's fine.
having
I
trained
was just thinking, maybe
living somewhere else.
since the jail
build
budget's a
that
little in
Right,
flux,
the-
and we might have to put our hands on it in the next 30 days again.
That's the tough part, but people are
At the
resilient.
back
People
end,
figure it
we'll
out.
kind of,
Yeah, it's
know.
very, it's not real deal.
We have created the most protected building in Cumberland County right now with law enforcement here tonight. I'd like to introduce Sheriff Kevin Joyce and his command staff. I'll allow him to introduce them when he's ready.
So good evening. Thanks for having us. Behind me, I have Chief Deputy Brian Calvert. Good evening. I have Major Courts, who runs the jail. He's the jail administrator. Next to him is Captain Eric Dragon. He's in programming at the jail. We have a new captain that she's not here today, who's in charge of security and operations, is Danny Demers. Then I have Captain Kerry Joyce, who's over the patrol division. And finally, Captain Craig Smith, who does support services, civil, grant writing, accreditation, et cetera.
Excellent. Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it.
I brought them, number one, because they pretty much designed the budget, presented to me. I made the cuts, then gave it to the county manager. But they're also the individuals that probably know some of the minutia, if we get into that I might not be able to answer on a global. I have a brief PowerPoint, so 8 slides, so I should be able to slide right through it. As a beginning, I sit here and say that when we go into a budget, obviously you want a number of things. We also know that you're competing with other people. And those individuals, their priorities are just as important to them as the criminal justice priorities that we deal with. So I have to say that I don't have any complaints. We don't hear that very often with the budget that the county manager presented to you folks and the commissioners. And I will go over So first of all, we're a Triple Crown accredited agency. The Triple Crown is through the National Sheriff's Association. And what it is if you meet the distinction of being accredited at the jail, which we are, it's a voluntary accreditation that was started back in the early 2000s. There are about 400 standards that we have to meet, national standards, to be accredited at the jail. We are coming up for our reaccreditation next year. done every 3 years. And basically, they look at our policies, make sure that what we say we're doing. They come in and look at the cleanliness of the jail, make sure everything's operating, et cetera. You know, we welcome people in from the outside, especially outside the state, because we want individuals to actually see things that we may be blind to. And it's good to have them pick it apart. We're also law enforcement accreditation since 2015. Again, voluntary program. We have to meet almost 200 standards in order to do that. These are national standards. And basically, the standards we're meeting are standards that people in California who are accredited through CALEA meeting, as well as Florida, the Carolinas, et cetera. Again, this one will be done in 2027. It's done every 4 years, although every year they look at a certain portion of our policies to make sure we're meeting the standards that our policies say they are. The next one is National Commission on Correctional Healthcare. This is inmate healthcare. We found it important to make sure that whatever we're providing for medical treatment to the inmates meets national standards. And quite frankly, these standards, although small, I think there's 39 of them, no more, they're very important standards. They're really articulate to what the public and what the NCCAC requires for inmate health. So again, voluntary. I say this because we're the only sheriff's office in Maine accredited in law enforcement. There are about 8 and counting police departments in Maine that are state accredited, but we're the only sheriff's office nationally accredited, and about 7 other police departments nationally accredited. We're one of 3 accredited for jail. The other one is Somerset, and then obviously the Maine State Prison system. And then lastly up there, you'll see PREA, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act. Back in 2010, it was one of those things where, again, it was voluntary, but as time has gone on, the feds have wanted it mandated, especially if you hold federal inmates, and we hold federal inmates. So, you know, we put a lot of effort into that. We were just reviewed in October, and is that every 3 years or 4? Every 3 years. And again, we have somebody come in, talk to the inmates, ask them if they feel safe, look at the policies that we're doing, look at some of the other things we're doing, just to make sure that we're living up to this standard. So, any questions on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
How does that measure nationally? You say you're the triple crown.
Yep.
Are you 1%? Are you 5%?
About 1% on the Triple Crown. And keep in mind, you only qualify if you're a sheriff's office, because most police departments don't run a jail. So they wouldn't have the ACA. So it's very low. You know, we're proud of it because it was a lot of work, but people live by these standards now. And, you know, as I tell the staff, we look for 100%, but that's perfection. And this is always continual improvement. You may get somebody that comes in 1 year and says, you need a certain bed for suicide. And I've seen this. So we go out and buy certain beds for the suicides in the medical, and then 4 years or 3 years later, somebody else come in and go, yeah, that's not really the best thing to do. Try something else. So you do run into that sometimes. We run into it with policies, use of force and stuff, where, you know, somebody has a different understanding or different interpretation what the standard is. So we have to kind of work with that. But all in all, it's really good to have somebody on the outside the state of Maine, take a look at us and just say, hey, you know, did you think about doing this? Did you think about doing that?
Does that translate down to the street level with the hiring practices? Is that a factor of, hey, we're a top-notch agency to come to work for, or?
In some cases, it goes down to hiring practices. It goes down to training. You know, 2014, we did away with reserve officers because even though some departments in the state of Maine still have reserve officers, the standard says that anybody working in law enforcement, for instance, has to have the same training as a full-time law enforcement officer.
Right.
So yes, hiring, contracts, labor contracts. There are certain things in there that, you know, we have to include in there. It really covers everything from hiring to what you do each and every day to how you take care of your vehicles or your building. You know, checks in the jail, you know, it's, and again, if we didn't do this, and because we're accredited nationally, DOC doesn't come down and do an audit like they do for other jails, because we've already met the standard at a higher level.
Can I ask a question on mental health? And we know we have substance abuse and mental health victims are often incarcerated or in hospital. And so I'm wondering what the standards that you just referred to, are there better, newer methodologies for dealing with that population as we encounter them? You know, I'm just thinking, Spurwink has a facility here in Portland where it's a drop-in, I forget what they call it.
Living room?
Living room, thank you, where, you know, if you're acting out, that's where you go versus the jail or the hospital. But are there other, through this accreditation process, are there other recommendations that we get from the people coming here to do the accreditation?
So.
And how do we even get to that point where we're sort of recognized as being really good at dealing with some of these issues?
So even in all of the accreditation, there's a certain part of dealing with the mentally ill and providing for them, you know, certain standards. Everybody is dealing with mental illness, so each of these standards sometimes are reviewed on an annual basis. So, you know, today we meet the standard. Next time they roll out a standard manual and we may have to do something different. I'll use it for instance. Our federal partners who we house inmates for ultimately would want mental health 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We can't do that. It's probably needed, but there's a cost factor to that. And the increase would be exorbitant. So what we try to do is find a way to meet that need without hiring 5 people so that you can do 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. So we're always working within that standard, and the federal part, they have their own standards, you know, which are sometimes higher than the standards I'm talking to you about, quite frankly. So again, the jail staff is constantly working and constantly having people come in and audit us for various things. Mental illness is that same thing. The living room provides the police officer an opportunity to drop people off that prior to that, there were 2 options. The emergency room, which probably the person didn't belong in jail. And there were only 2 options. This provides a 3rd option, and from what I understand, it's operating at capacity and probably above capacity, because last I knew there were only like 20 beds, and we're dealing with a lot of mental illness. So they're probably, I used to call them the Mercy Quick Cares. There was those places where you wanted them to go before they went to the emergency room, or in our case, the jail. They probably need a few more. But that's been a huge help for law enforcement in the area. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah.
We're always struggling with mental illness. And, you know, one thing I've always said is we do okay in taking care of mental illness once they're arrested and in the criminal justice system. We're not doing a whole lot of trying to do it before they get in the system. And my statement has always been, why does somebody have to get in the criminal justice system? To get services they need, whether it's substance abuse or mental health. And it's really it's a capacity thing. There's a lot of demand and not a lot of supply of the resources that we need upstream from the jail.
I think one of the things that the sheriff he hasn't said the figure yet, but 60% of his population is on some sort of psychotropic drug daily.
And about 80% are dual diagnosis, you know, mental illness and substance use. That's a terrible number. And the thing that we've seen probably in the last 18 months, more than I've seen in the 14 years I've been sheriff, and add on another 7 years as chief deputy, is the population is very sick. And lately, it seems like we've got hospital details. We got people going to the hospital, staying in the hospital like constantly. I mean, and to the point where I read it and I want to talk to the doctor and say, you know, what are we doing? Are we being overly conservative here? But the reality is, these folks don't see a doctor, especially the homeless folks. And I would say even the other folks, because they're using their drug of choice or whatever, and they're just abusing their bodies. So when they come in, we have an obligation to make them well. And in some cases, they've just let themselves go, so they end up in the hospital, and it's not a day or two, it's 3 and 4, and we had one individual who was in for 2 weeks. That's a drain on the staff. Thankfully, we have partners to help us out with, because we got to guard them in the hospital unless we can find a way to release them. So that's a diversion of our attention to other things, and it's unprecedented in the last 18 months.
So not to transition to your slide here, but is that what you're seeing as a jump in the calls for service is classified as mental illness, or are you finding it's something else?
Yes, all of the above. This is for law enforcement, and you know, one of the things I looked at it and I said, what is the jump? We were talking about it today. A lot of it's mental illness calls. You know, I tell people that when I was on the street 30 years ago, if you had a suicide or a mental health call, it was one a month maybe, or one every 2 months. Yeah, I read the pass down, the shift pass downs that come in, and, you know, a week ago, 4 out of the number of calls, and these are only serious calls they report to us, were mental illness, you know, suicidal. So that's driving it. Property checks, we upped our number on property checks for law enforcement. That's when you leave, or a business, you leave, you decide, you know, I want my house checked on and stuff like that. We do a lot of property checks on that.
Okay.
A lot of people calling about just non-law enforcement stuff that I call it community policing,
No.
where it's really not a violation of a crime, but it's a quality of life issue that they call us for and stuff. So, you know, when I looked at that, I was like, is that right? But we did some checking and it's right.
Okay.
Some traffic enforcement thrown in there as well.
I mean, yes, but there's only so much traffic enforcement you can do with all the other calls you're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's going back to the mental illness. Oftentimes, hey, you know, I've got speeding in my neighborhood. We'll try to do it when the deputy has discretionary time. But if he or she are rushing to calls constantly and being tied up long periods of time, which mental illness generally can be a long time, because sometimes you're just mitigating the circumstance. Sometimes it's making phone calls so that tomorrow mom can take Johnny to see somebody because he's got mental illness or something. So, you know, they're calls, but they're not law enforcement related calls. We're not locking people up. We're just trying to figure out resources for the folks, so.
Most of that, you're also doing follow-up investigation or detective, or is that something separate that you track?
Depends on mental illness, depends on the call. You know, not necessarily mental illness. I mean, hopefully, we provide an opportunity for the family. In some cases, the officer is left with, if there was a crime committed, we're arresting them, because I don't want to go back and have the individual have killed somebody in the house or something like that. So if they can allege a crime legally, then they'll make the arrest. Again, is that the best way of taking care of it? Probably not. But there have been times where, thankfully for not us, but 30 years ago, you know, we had an individual that was suicidal. The deputy just kind of blew it off and then got called back, and the person drowned themselves in the bathroom. So you never want that on your shift. You don't be responsible. The follow-up is usually with crimes like domestic violence, you know, burglaries, robberies, sexual assaults, aggravated assaults. Those are the ones that generally will do follow-up. And if it's something that's a felony, it will go to a detective, and they'll do the follow-ups on that as well.
Gotcha.
One final question. So do you have mental health people on your staff?
We don't.
or are the sheriffs trained in mitigating mental health crises in homes? Because we read about these
Yeah,
unfortunate situations.
we don't. There's a program out there that's free of charge that we're kind of checking on. It's provided by, I think, Opportunity Alliance, and they don't charge anything because they got their own grant. So that might be an option. We've tried to train all of our people, that's a tall order with a couple hundred people, NAMI, National Alliance of Mental Illness. And that was good pre-COVID, but everything got a flux. So we just reached out to them. They've changed how they do their training a little bit, so we haven't been able to get anyone into those classes. But, the staff do a really good job of just trial by error, You know when the conversation's going well, and when you may have a trigger that causes the person to, react differently, and the basic first aid and mental health that they get at the academy just gives them just enough that they can survive. I think the mental health provider thing, or the mental health liaison, really is helpful in that the deputy goes, the liaison goes, and there's follow-up with the liaison, and maybe the deputy, depending on the circumstances. But it's somebody that, can I make you an appointment with Dr. So-and-so or whatever? Oftentimes I'm stopped in the supermarket about substance use disorder, and people coming up going, hey, where can I get resources and stuff? And I take their name, and then I have to call some of my friends that know the resources to try to find that. But again, it's a capacity issue, So I think we do a good job for what we have to work with, and it's not getting any better. I'd like to say it was, but it's not getting any better. And we have some frequent flyers as well that are a bit challenging. We have a lot of group homes in our area. The unfortunate thing there is they kind of pop up, and you don't know that they're going to pop up until you start going there. And then you find out that they bought a house and they've turned it into a group home. And some of the deputies and supervisors have been really good about meeting with the various providers to say, look, we can't keep coming back here. We got to try to find a way to fix this problem. We go 25 times, and what makes you think 26 is going to work? So we got to find a way to make sure that 26th time doesn't occur. So a little bit about what we do. I know it's probably repetitive for some, but if you look at the gray on here, the gray towns have their own police departments. And what we call that is District 5. Occasionally, especially if we're contiguous with a town that's either blue, red, green, or yellow, we might be called in to back them up. Likewise, they may back us up. We'd be hard-pressed to have a lot of numbers in Cape Elizabeth, because we just don't drive through Cape Elizabeth to go somewhere. You're going to see the numbers really in the Wyndham, Gorham, Cumberland area, because it's just the main thoroughfare to go to the various places. If you look at blue, that's District 1, which is Standish, Baldwin, and Sebago. Standish just added an 8th contract deputy in June. It was 7 prior to that. We were either staffing it or about to staff?
We just started staffing.
Okay. So they have 8 deputies there, and they're spread out. Their schedule's a little different, so you might have relief, and then somebody goes home and somebody else comes on. And the red is District 2, which is Raymond, Casco, Naples, and Harrison. We have a contract in Harrison for 2 deputies, 80 hours a week. When I talk about contracts, this is, if you talk about general revenue patrolling, the layout for general revenue patrolling is 2 people covering Raymond, Casco, Naples, Harrison, Standish, Sebago, Baldwin. Those 7 towns, 2 people. And then you get this big obstruction called Sebago Lake in the middle, which you kind of have to go around. So a contract is kind of like basic cable. Everybody gets it. It's nothing fancy. We may drive through the town once during a 10-hour shift, or we may stay there, depending on the calls for service. To contract, that's like picking up HBO. You pay a little more, you don't lose basic cable, but you pay a little extra for somebody to be your deputy. And so Standish has stepped up that they want 8 people that are their deputy, one of which is a community policing deputy. Harrison has decided they want 2 deputies, so they pay extra for that, over and above the general taxes. Then you come down to Green, the Green is Gray, New Gloucester, North Yarmouth, Pownell. Gray has 2 contract deputies there as well. Over in the yellow is what I call the islands. It's Shabig Island, Long Island, and Harpswell, which is a series of islands connected by bridges. Harpswell has 3 law enforcement deputies, and then they also have contracted for 2 Marine Patrol deputies, which clamming is their big industry down there, and these deputies not only enforce clam regulations, but do water testing and mud surveying and stuff like that. In the summertime, we put somebody on Shabig Island from Memorial Day until Labor Day. That person lives out there and becomes part of the community, and we leave a cruiser out there year-round. So like tonight, there's nobody in Shabig, but if we had to go out there, then we would send a deputy, generally from the Gray, New Gloucester, Pownell area, would roll over to the Shabig ferry, jump on the ferry, get a ride out there. Somebody, probably a fireman, pick them up, get them to a cruiser, and then they would answer the call. In the summertime, most of the time, the deputy's out there. Same setup for Long Island, Memorial Day through Labor Day. There's an island in Sebago Lake called Fry Island, and we do Labor Day to, it used to be Columbus Day, but we're gonna shrink back on that because that's really overextending our people. And frankly, I don't think they need a deputy out there. It feels good, they're willing to pay for it, but, the reality is, I also have 3 SROs, and the SROs cover these contracts in the summer. So come Labor Day, anything that goes beyond that for summer contracts is a hardship for us. So we have an SRO in Bonnie Eagle, which is the SAD 6. Bonnie Eagle is Buxton, Standish, Leamington, I think Limerick. We have one in Lake Region that covers a number of towns, and then we have one in Gray and Gloucester as well that cover those. So I think those are the contracts, and kind of what we do to offset the general revenue. Take those away, the staffing would be 2 people covering around Sebago Lake, 1 person in Gray, North Yarmouth, Pownell, a supervisor, and that would be it.
And when you say 1 person, you mean 24 hours, so it's probably 3 people covering 24 hours, or you mean 1 person?
Yes, it would take 3 people to cover the 24 hours, but you'd have 3 people covering from Harpswell to Baldwin, which is a long drive. If you need to send somebody down and they happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So, another way of looking at it is, when you look at our service population, which is the towns without police departments, we're about 57,000 people. City of Portland, 66,000 people.
With the police.
The thing is they gotta go across town, we gotta go across the county. Depending on the circumstance and how busy it is, it's like a ping pong ball, just constantly going around. Part 1 crimes, these are the more serious ones, and obviously 24 hasn't ended yet, but, those are kind of stable. And again, when I looked at this, and then I saw the huge increase, it's kind of like, okay, I would have thought that would be a little higher. But thankfully, some of the serious crimes are down. Unfortunately, deaths, and this has been an unusual year for deaths, both natural and a few overdoses. Believe it or not, there's a lot of overdoses that are revived by the deputies because they're out there 24 hours a day and can get there before the volunteer ambulance gets there and stuff. Burglaries, generally we're ripe for that, especially up in the Lakes Region area. Thankfully, we haven't had a cold winter where the lake freezes, but if there's a cold winter where the lake freezes, we get clobbered because Fry Island gets nailed because people go out in a snowmobile and there's no patrolling out there in the wintertime. Or they go to the camp from the lakeside, and we're not seeing that. So the weather's helped us a lot. All right. So the budget, one thing that, happy news, is we've changed, or we will change, to a different caliber firearm based on last year's budget. We've purchased the firearms, but there's a ramp up. So by going to a different firearm, going from 40 caliber down to 9, we were able to find $16,000 savings. And that was a win, and it was a sales pitch for last year, because, you know, it's more effective, we can save money, and it just made sense to do it. Vehicles and fit-up costs, this one is, I was talking to a retired chief, and we were talking about the days when we thought $20,000 for a vehicle was expensive. I remember times when looking at a $20,000 vehicle for my own personal reasons was expensive, and now some of the things I like is up around 60 grand. For us, I just mentioned that we're gonna go all across the county. It's kind of like, if you have an Air Force, you need planes, we need cars. Motorcycles don't work for us in the rural areas. You know, I say it tongue in cheek, but horses, our cars take a beating, and we try to keep them as long as we can. But we can't control the costs, you know. The costs are out of sight, and getting them in a post-COVID world is even worse, because when you order it, it may be anywhere from 6 months to 18 months before you get it. So the vehicles that we want to replace, it's almost 2 years out. And again, sitting here today is like playing the stock market. I can't tell you what the cars are going to be for police packaged vehicles, because they're special vehicles. I can't tell you what the price is going to be in July, because the companies do their own thing and stuff, and they go up incrementally. Sometimes they take a jump. So this one's, you know, it creates some consternation. We try to do the best we can, but we kind of need them, because the alternative is we can't walk. Subscription software, that was an increase in that. It seems like if you watch CSI, and trust me, we don't have the stuff that CSI has, but everything that we need to stay current in investigations, you buy it, you think, oh, thank God I got it, but then there's a subscription fee. That's how they make their money. So everything you buy, it comes with a subscription fee, and you know, it's just kind of chasing things. We also put in there subscription software for a software that basically will take your video and audio and actually dictate a report, which I'm all about saving the deputies money. I mean, time, money too, but time. You know, if they're going call to call, and we expect the reports to be done at the end of their shift, which sometimes we have to pay them overtime to do. This software called Draft One can do a report based on the interaction of the video and the audio in no time flat. Now, is that the end-all be-all? Absolutely not. And what I sell it on is, you know, the fact that right now I do a report, I sign my name. There's no affidavit that I'm swearing that was accurate. I mean, signing my name is kind of like saying that's accurate, right? But this Draft One actually makes you sign that everything's accurate, and you have to put things in. I mean, there are going to be things in the report that, you know, a drunk driving report, and when you're talking about horizontal gaze nystagmus, you know, the video may not pick up on it, the audio may not pick up on it, but you got to put in there that I gave sobriety tests, and that this person failed the sobriety test. But it's going to save a lot of time for the individual. We do have something similar right now, very cheap. It's got a microphone, and it's called Dragon Speak. And we bought it because we had a couple of deputies that were dyslexic, so their reports weren't the best. But when you have them talk in there and it types the report for them, it makes their reports 100% better. So hopefully get rid of this and do this Draft One. You know, my plan is if passed, that I would do it at the later part of the year. Only because, you know, I think there's going to be some I want to see what the court's going to do. There's this thought about whose report is it? Is it the officers or is it the video cameras and stuff like that? But the reality is, we make them more efficient, then they can clear a call and go to the next call. And like I said, most of them are mental health calls, and they're gonna do a report, even if it's not a criminal report anyway. So making that available so they can clear and go to the other one. Get off shift so that they don't have to stay and finish 8 reports before they go home if they've had a busy day is gonna be helpful. The administrative staff development specialist, as I mentioned with accreditation, a lot of what we have to do is training. Now, accreditation isn't the only person mandating training. The courts mandate training. We can be sued if we're not actually training well, et cetera. Right now, Captain Smith has a sergeant that is onboarding people for corrections and law enforcement, overseeing accreditation, trying to schedule training, and that person has an assistant also helping out. The unfortunate thing is, with those 2 people, and sometimes Captain Smith jumping on, for 200 some odd people, setting up training and trying to coordinate stuff, that's a lot, I sit on a national accreditation panel, and, somebody my size, or some agency my size, has probably got a training unit of 8. I don't think we need 8, but we do need an administrative staff development that can make some reservations, can take care of logging in somebody's training so that we have the training that they need, that we can certify that they've had. Somebody to just kind of do the paperwork stuff. We put that in for 6 months. I know that, or at least I believe, that the county manager supported that at the 6-month line, so that would be, January of '27. And that's fine.
26.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 26. Civil deputy. So we serve a lot of civil process paperwork. And when times are good, there's not a lot of paperwork. Times are bad, there's a lot of paperwork. Foreclosures, divorce decrees, lawsuits, evictions. We've always had 3 full-time employees doing that for all of Cumberland County. And then we had an administrative deputy that coordinates it, logs the paperwork in. We had, when I first took over, we had like 7 political appointees that I inherited that were per diems. So they got the paperwork, they had our authority, but that's all they did. They kind of did their own thing. They made a slew of money because they could work from home and they could charge whatever they wanted. The only time I heard anything was when they did something wrong, and then I would have to take action. And the reality is, they weren't an employee, and it was meeting, or we were failing to meet a lot of fair labor standards issues. The question was, could we bring them in and give them mandatory training when they're not really an employee? They were kind of I wouldn't even call them a subcontractor. The bottom line is, we want to do away with that in January and make them a part-time employee right now, with the idea that we add a 4th, because we've got a lot of papers, up around 400, that need to be served as of today. Now, the question was asked, how did we get there? Well, I hire from corrections, and through the summer, I had 2 civil deputies that were certified corrections officers. So it's a juggling act. 1 day a week, each of them were going over working shifts in the jail so that we could fill shifts over there. Well, 1 day of not serving paperwork is like 12 papers. And you do that every week through the summer, then add in their time off and all this other stuff, you can get behind. In fact, the captain and I have been going out serving civil paperwork, trying to keep them somewhat caught up, because that needs to get done too. So we asked for a 4th civil deputy. Thankfully, the legislature changed the costs, because up until 2023, they hadn't looked at the cost of serving paperwork since 1984. And if these paperwork are served, then it pays for itself. This department is supposed to pay for itself. the revenue generated from that kind of goes back in and covers the cost of this. So we've been able to look at it and say, okay, if these papers were served at the current price, which is up to date with what the going costs are, we could support that in the budget, and it would be just a wash, so. We put in for a crime scene accident reconstruction camera, again, technology, you know, people expect, especially if they're in a fatal accident or in a crash that could be a lawsuit, they want a top-notch report. And let's face it, we investigate it, we look for crimes, but we're also doing a lot of work for the insurance companies. The unfortunate thing, unlike the fire department, we can't bill the insurance companies. They can, but we can't. And the requirement for that, this accident reconstruction camera, and again, I'm talking at a 50,000-foot level, will speed things up so that we don't shut down the road and take measurements with a measuring tape and all this other stuff. My understanding is that the county manager is going to do a CIP on that, maybe, possibly. Anyway,
It's not funded through the budget, but we're gonna look at alternative, funds to make it happen.
the last thing is K-9 replacement. We expect that one of our K-9s is going to retire in the next year, so we're hoping to replace that. So that's what's in the budget. There are a few things that I left out that we asked for that weren't in there, and I wasn't going to waste anyone's time on that.
We don't train those canines, we purchase the canines?
We purchase them, but we also train them. They have to have a certain level of training.
They don't come, I mean, when we purchase them, they don't come pre-trained or?
Yeah, basic commands, you know,
Sit.
yeah, sit, jump, play type thing.
Okay.
They're vetted so that they don't have hip dysplasia and et cetera. We're fortunate in that we hired, probably 4 years ago now, a canine handler that is very well known in New England. In fact, he's often requested to get down and review the Boston Police Department's canine unit. He has a training, he does training on the side. So he does a lot of our training through his group. And I've seen a lot of canines in my time, and sometimes I thought they were just more for show, but this guy is a rock star. His dog is, generally, if the dog can't find it, it probably doesn't exist. You know, so he's kind of turned my attitude about canines around, because he's even imparted on some of our canine handlers some really good stuff. And I'm proud to say that, you know, worked for Portland for about 24 years, worked for Gorham for a couple, and we just got him, and the guy is the best acquisition I think we've ever made. So going back to the new positions, the cost decreased from going to 40 cal to 9. The market increase of vehicles, about $5,000 per car. But again, I can't predict what it's going to be in July. The fit-up costs, we send the cars. It used to be, we had one maintenance guy, and he did all the cars, and it took him about a year to do 3 or 4 cars. And as we've grown, that person has since retired, but to try to have that person, one person or two. And again, we've got one vehicle maintenance guy that's a rock star, but he could never do what we need to do. So a long time ago, we contracted with a company down in Massachusetts that's a big car dealership, and what they do is they take the cruiser that's being replaced, they drive it in a bay, they drove the new car in, and basically they take the radio, put it in the other one. They take this out, put it in the other one. Any new equipment, and that's the other thing that we can't really control, is that sometimes they change the shape of the car, so the light bar coming off one may not go on the other one. Or it may be something where they just gotta have a conversion kit and stuff. So, you know, again, we struggle with it. We had it good at $20,000 a car, but now it's crazy. Books, periodicals, subscriptions, EI Pro, which is a subscription we have, and that helps us with phones. EI-Pro? Ripping down the phones for crimes, EI-Pro?
Isn't that the Boutique?
No, okay. All right.
As in regards to,
All right. So EI-Pro is something that we make notations in for employee awards. If they're disciplined for anything, it puts that in there for a caption. It allows us to get early warning signs so that, you know, if we see an individual that is getting in trouble, maybe it's that they're working hard and just at the wrong place at the wrong time. In other cases, it may be something's going on in their life that we can interact and interject before they do something that's going to embarrass themselves and everybody else. So that's what EI-Pro is. The draft one is what I talked to you about, basically drafting a report. Axon Drone Sense, we use that with the tactical team. We have a regional tactical team. And what we do is we use drones for those callouts. There have been times when we've been able to actually break a window and utilize a drone to go into the house and actually find out if somebody's in there. Because we don't want to send people in to a guy hiding behind a door with a gun. We've had cases where gunshots have been, and we've been able to break the window, fly it in, and see the person that had committed suicide. Now we know that within a certain certainty that we're going in to recover a dead body or something like that. So what this drone sense allows us to do is actually see at the command post what is going on. And then we can make decisions on, do you go in, do you not go in? It was just in the paper the other day, we did something down in Westbrook where an individual from a domestic violence was held up for 8 hours. And we basically were able to, it was an apartment complex, and we were able to figure out that he may have been in the basement, which is where he was. And they actually flew the drone in and set it down on the countertop and turned the camera. And, you know, when we broke the window, as if we were gonna come in after him, he come running out, and we were able to see him and know what was going on and stuff. So, very important piece of equipment. And then obviously the crime scene, accident reconstruction. One thing I want to talk about the accident reconstruction too is, it can be used for crime scenes. You know, if we have a sexual assault, you know, we could use this camera, put it in the middle of the room, and it's going to take measurements and actually put together a 3D drawing of the room so that we can put that with our case, et cetera. Jail. So that was law enforcement, administration, and civil. Any questions on that?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I'm just curious, because I remember reading, I think it's Brunswick that has this military-grade tank.
Yes,
Is it Brunswick?
it is Brunswick.
We don't have any of that.
We don't have a tank. We have an MRAP. And
I'm sorry,
an MRAP. It's a mine-resistant vehicle.
Oh,
It was military surplus. And it cost us 20 grand to have it retrofitted and painted.
a lot more to maintain, probably.
Well, not really. We don't use it a lot. The story behind it was, when we paid off the jail, I was looking to see if I could get a Bearcat, which is kind of a homeland version of that. $350,000. You know, the bottom line is, we've used armored vehicles a lot since we got our first one in 2011. We had a tactical team for almost 20 years, and we had nothing to hide behind, to evacuate people. One of these guys behind me was caught behind a car up in Casco with a guy firing shots, and we actually had to take our tactical team with a fire truck full of water, hoping that if he hits the fire truck, the water will absorb the round. And they had to back up and grab the guy and pull him out because we didn't have an armored vehicle. I gotta tell you, we've used this armored vehicle to get people out of neighborhoods. There was a woman that was killed by her son over on the Foreside, and we drove that thing up next door and grabbed the people and got them the heck out so that we could deal with this individual. It sounds bad, but the world we live in today, you need it. Because again, it's one of those things where I don't want to put anyone in danger. Every time we send somebody out there, just a normal, we're putting them in danger. So this MRAP that I have, it's overkill. It's overkill. for the Bearcat, which is but you know what?
20 grand.
I have no problem driving that thing up in front of a house and say, bring it on, because there's nothing,
Yep.
I'm gonna stop short of saying nothing that's gonna take that thing on. And we're getting a video camera now so that we can put it in there and actually see what's going on outside the door, because that's the only way you're gonna get people close to some of these clowns. And this individual in Westbrook, we had that MRAP right up against the door. We actually used it to push the door open. Because I can do that, or I can send a bunch of guys up and have them kick in the door and take a chance on getting shot the minute they kick the door in. So for 20 grand, and there was some media issues about military surplus, but you know what? My thought is for 20 grand, I saved the county 330,000 and got exactly what I need. And that thing should outlive my career here if we treat it right. So. Anything else?
Yeah, any other questions? Do you have a question?
Later on,
Okay.
I've got some comments.
Yep.
All right, so the jail department, a lot of things going on there. The goal of this particular budget, and it's probably hasn't changed much in the last 3 or 4 years, is improve safety, improve staffing, reduce recidivism, provide upgrades to the facility. Everybody considers the Cumberland County Jail a new jail. It's relatively new, 32 years old. So at 32, things are gonna go. Some of the equipment is just outdated. Improving safety, you know, in the next few years, I'd like to see body cameras on individuals inside the jail. Because we know if we're gonna have to move somebody and they may get assaultive, and we get time to plan, we go get a video camera and we talk to them and get it recorded so that if we get caught in a lawsuit, it looks like we at least tried to talk to them. So. But if I'm talking to somebody and all of a sudden they just punch me and we get into a fight, I didn't have time to go get that camera. So I think the body camera is something that is really gonna tell the tale of what's going on. Or what we found out with our law enforcement body cameras is we have people complain, and then when we go look at the video doesn't back up what the person's complaining. And the minute we say, well, just, do you have a video? Because we do, they kind of shy away from that. So we get a lot of complaints, not a lot, but a fair amount of complaints from inmates because they didn't see it the same way the corrections officer. Staffing, we're constantly chasing that. It's a national phenomenon. We see articles once a week on, you know, prisons locking people down because they don't have the adequate staffing. So they're just locking people down to keep their staff safe. It's not a Cumberland County issue. It's a national issue. Some sheriffs are thinking about just shutting down their jails and trying to send them to somewhere else, just pushing the problem off onto somebody else. The problem is when law enforcement jobs are full, those who want to get into law enforcement can't get into law enforcement, they would often take the corrections jobs because they could get some experience, learn how to talk to people, and wait for a job to open up, and then they could get into law enforcement. Right now, you can just bypass corrections and go to law enforcement. And guess what? They're having a hard time filling spots, too. I mean, Portland's down 35 or 40 cops. And I find myself sometimes going, hey, you want to work at the jail? Well, they say, well, I want to be in law enforcement. I'm thinking, I'm not going to tell them that there isn't jobs out there in law enforcement if they really want to get there. So we're always struggling with the staffing. It's looking better. But again, we find people that they go through a rigorous process and they get in there and they find out that I didn't realize this is what I was in for. Recently, we had one individual who came from another state. I thought, oh, this is good. Been a corrections officer in another state, but something triggered a PST situation. And she basically said, yeah, you know what, I can't do this type of thing. So we're doing a lot of hiring. I think we're down to 14 vacancies out of our budgeted. We have about 40 in the pipeline. We have, how many ready for the academy?
We're probably gonna send 5. We have 19.
19, they're waiting to go to the academy. We'll send 5. We've been sending, we changed kind of how we, used to be you didn't work the floor until you had the full academy. And we changed that about a year ago, and they're getting the training they need to work the floor. They're not fully certified, but the law allows us to send them within a year. So,
Can you compare and contrast the timeline between going from someone who decides one day to go into corrections versus someone who would go straight through law enforcement and skip corrections altogether, and compare that to someone who's coming with accreditation, certification, and wants to come from out of state? What's an average timeline of someone who says, hey, I wake up one morning, let's change careers,
Yep.
let's go into corrections or in law enforcement, versus someone who already is coming in with some of that you may be seeing outside of the state and wants to join? What's the turnaround?
so the hiring
duration?
process is about the same.
Okay.
The training part is a little quicker. For instance, we get somebody, I use Captain Smith, he was a police officer in Florida. When he came up, the hiring process was still the same, but he didn't have to go to the 18-week academy.
Right.
We had to send him to 2 weeks or something like that, the equivalent of 2 weeks.
40 hours.
So in order to get Maine certified, so they took the Florida certification, made a Maine certification.
Okay.
It's about the same for corrections. The academy for corrections is 6 weeks. Law enforcement's 18 weeks. So if I hire a guy that's going to go to the academy today, he's probably not going to be any use to us for almost a year, between going to the 18-week academy and then field training when he comes out of, or she, where they actually ride with one of our deputies and is evaluated, which is another, it could be up to 8 weeks. So it's a long period of time. The unfortunate thing is the statute, the times are requiring more training. I mean, I will sit here and tell you that I don't think 6 weeks is enough for corrections. But it's all we have. It's what we have. You take an 18-week training environment. In 2000, we didn't have a need for mental health first aid. Not saying it wasn't out there, but you got mental health in 2 hours, you were done. Now there's a cry to actually make it 40 hours. Well, they can't find 40 hours in the training regimen, so they threw in an 8-hour class. Corrections, same thing. I mean, you're dealing with mental illness, just in a different environment. So out of that 6 weeks, every time we add something, and I'm a firm believer you're always learning. I think 6 weeks is not long enough, but there will be some that are saying, well, you know what, good enough. And I think, good enough is good enough until something bad happens. But if we're going to say we're a profession, and we are, we got to back it up with, continual learning and changing with the times as far as, how we investigate. Used to be that I could teach somebody how to do a bank robbery. I'm not the guy that's going to teach you how to do a fraud using a computer and AI and all this other stuff. That blows my mind. And to me, that's law enforcement's Achilles heel today, is that you can sit in your house and be virtually anonymous and rip people off. And we're pretty limited on what we can do. I don't like saying that because it just fosters the crimes to be happening. But thankfully, bank robberies are less, but computer crimes are more. And I don't think in the state of Maine, and I think in the profession itself, we're just scratching the surface on what we could do. We got off on a lot of things, but hopefully I answered your question.
No, you did. And it's just, in terms of your recruiting, you were speaking of recruiting, it's easier if you take someone who's already had some of that accreditation and certification. It sounds like you can make it Maine certified quicker. And that would be sort of your primary individual, is give me someone who all I have to do is the certification versus someone who's going to take a year to even be useful. And in that year, so much can change, whether it's the environment, situation, housing, whatever it is. So that's what I was sort of trying to just understand the timeline.
And it's cheaper. I mean,
Okay.
we have 7 right now that are blue pins, fully certified, that are in our process.
Yep.
We have 6 or 7 vacancies. We're trying to rush them through. I mean, that's instant gratification if we hire them.
Right.
But There's also sometimes when you have those folks that were working for an agency, and when you start doing the background, they have a little bit of baggage, so you may pass on them, even though it's instant gratification, you put them right on the street. And when I say put them right on the street, I mean they go into field training and stuff. But we're all stealing from other people.
Yeah, that's the other issue.
I mean, you know, I just said Portland's got about 40, I've hired 3, you know. The only plausible deniability is I didn't reach out to them. But I feel bad because when I see my colleagues, I feel a little dirty that we just hired, that just made their problem even more. But it's the best deal for what the employee
Yeah,
wants.
but you're seeing it in fire rescue, because we're dealing with it, you're just passing around folks, and when that, and then that's the trajectory of when the wage is too high,
Yep.
right? You sort of outpace yourself with people that are just in the same pool, so,
Yeah.
I get that, yeah.
Reducing recidivism, we're always trying to do that, you know. I think that our hardship is measuring recidivism. You know, once we bring them in and we release them in a better shape than they came in, that's our goal. Once they leave, it's hard to track them, you know. Yeah, if they get arrested in Cumberland County and keep coming back, might be able to track those folks, but if this person is from Aroostook County and he never comes back to Cumberland, but he's in the system in Aroostook, kind of hard to figure out how that's affecting recidivism. So we have a lot of programming. You'll see down at the last box, you know, we put a lot of effort into the reentry back out into the public. Again, because we have them, we should create a reentry and try to make them successful when they leave. But it goes back to why do they have to get in jail in the first place to actually get into the reentry program? Door lock systems, we're in the process of replacing those. Again, 32-year-old building. Technology moves on and you can't get parts. We've got a medical expansion that the commissioners have approved through ARPA. That's going to help us out tremendously. The current medical, which equates to about 5 cells, 2 of which are used as office space, because back in '92 when we opened this up, this was the Taj Mahal. Because the building next door, or actually right here, didn't have a medical. You know, the medical was MedQ, or somebody that was an EMT or something like that. So we had this medical department with 3 or 4 cells, 2 cells being used as medical. It's got a dentist's office, got a medical place where a PA works out of, or a doctor. And we've outgrown it. So the new expansion is going to allow us some more flexibility to actually take care of some of the things that we're having difficulty with. And the hope is to take the existing medical, which has 5 or 6 cells, and we'll rehab that, and that'll become a mental health area. Because right now, if we have somebody that's on suicide watch, the mental health people are in an office on one side of the jail. Most of the people we're kind of putting down in special housing because they have cameras in the cells, and that's, you know, another way of, even though we're checking on them every 15 minutes or 30 minutes, you got the camera, so that it's more checks and stuff. It's not the best place to put people, but we work with what we have. So the hope is, and you know what, this existing medical, it's not gonna be the panacea of what we need but it would be better than what we have today. So we're excited about that. You know, the layout is such that maybe we can do some things with MedPass. You know, if you ever saw a MedPass that's done, it used to be done 3 times a day, now it's done 2 times a day. I mean, you go into a pod and there may be 80 inmates. In that pod, 70 of them are lined up getting lots of medications. And you play that out for all the other pods as well. So hopefully it will give us a chance to do something with MedPass so it's a little more flows a little more freely, and it doesn't tie up medical staff and security staff. Lobby upgrades. The lobby used to be wide open. You know, you could walk into the last point before you went into the secure perimeter. And we had somebody there pre-COVID. Once COVID hit, we shut everything down because we want people coming in. And we found that that's probably the safest way. So the desk that used to be at the furthest part before you go into the secure perimeter is now we're gonna move slowly, as we get money, out towards the front. So when somebody comes through the first door, there's a vestibule that they can talk to somebody, talk to the bail commissioner. They come through the second set of doors, we can kind of tighten up security a little bit. So, again, that's a work in progress. I don't see that occurring in the next year or so. And like I said, it was 15, but we hired somebody today, so that number is 14 vacancies. There are a certain number of positions that are unfunded. They weren't done away with, but the reality was, when we were down around 75, the question was, we're not gonna hire 75 people, so why do we even carry it in the budget type thing? So, the hope is that we'll get through these 14 and maybe come knocking on the door to hire some more, if things look really, really good. One of the asks is a new Suburban. The current one has got 2015, is a 2015 with 172,000 miles. It's a rebuilt transmission. The Suburban, we have cruisers that take people to jail if there's a small number. We have a bus that brings people up if we have 40 or more, and some Mondays we have a lot of people coming up from Raymond's. And then the Suburban is typically used for 3 or 4 inmates that we may be traveling up to Aroostook County. So you want something that's dependable. We've been babying this Suburban for a long period of time, and it's kind of an intermediary vehicle. So we put in for that, and at least to this point, it's been funded. The last thing is something we've been working on is a K-9 in the jail. We try to make the jail a drug-free zone. But the reality is, no jail is a drug-free zone.